Are you struggling to keep your remote or hybrid workforce engaged and connected? Do you worry about employee morale and job satisfaction? If so, your company radio.com has the solution for you. Our internal radio service creates a sense of belonging within your team, fosters diversity and inclusion, and reduces isolation and loneliness. With your company radio.com, you can engage your team with music, interviews, games, and updates on company news and events. Our personalized approach ensures that our service is tailored to meet the unique needs of your company. And with our easy-to-use platform, you can customize your radio station page with your brand design, team pictures, and more. Plus, our engagement data and analytics provide you with the insights you need to continuously improve your team's communication and collaboration. Don't let remote work create a disconnect between you and your team. Bring your remote or hybrid workforce together with your company radio.com. Start today. Check out our services and see how we can help creating a sense of belonging in your team.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are, watching live or watching at home. Afterwards, this conference, you have the possibility to watch it also later. But hello, everyone, and welcome to the Future of HR conference. Today marks the beginning of an exciting journey as we explore the ways in which the current state of the world is changing, recruitment, and the future of work as whole. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought about unprecedented changes in the way we work, forcing businesses to adapt and innovate in order to remain competitive. From remote work to virtual hiring and onboarding, the pandemic has presented new challenges and opportunities for HR and recruitment professionals. During this conference, we'll be hearing from expert speakers who will share their insights on the latest trends and strategies for navigating the new world of work. Our speakers will discuss topics such as reskilling and upskilling, diversity and inclusion, the impact of technology and recruitment processes, and much more. We invite you to take advantage of this opportunity to network with industry leaders and gain valuable insights that will help you to stay ahead of the curve in the ever changing business landscape. So sit back, relax, and get ready to be inspired by our amazing lineup of speakers, not only for today, but also for tomorrow. Before we start our conference officially, I want to emphasize and remark that all of those who are watching online live via LinkedIn or in YouTube, you have the amazing opportunity to participate and engage into this conference and ask your questions to our speakers on right now. So when we you can engage in YouTube or on LinkedIn. My name is Norris, and I'm delighted to be the moderator and to be the moderator of this opening panel and all of this Future of HR conference. Uh, we have a fantastic lineup of panelists today, and we're going to start this Future of HR conference with a really interesting discussion, with a panel discussion. And I'm sure that all of our speaker insights and our panel discussion participant insights and opinions will provide us with valuable insights into the future of HR and the trends that are going on right now in the world as all. So, without further ado, let's introduce our panelists. Kaspars Bernans is the Business Development Director and Radio voice at your company, Radio. Hey, Kaspars,
Hi,
can you hear?
everybody. Good morning. Yeah, I hope you can hear me as well, Norris. Can you?
Awesome, awesome. We can hear you really loud and clear.
Super.
Uh,
Greetings to all.
Mojab Thank you, Kaspers. Mojab Akbari is the executive director at Grouper. Hi, Moji.
Good morning to you all. Hope you're keeping well. Glad to be here.
Awesome. Tristan de Cooker is responsible for partnerships at Recruity, one of the leading applicant tracking systems in the world. Hello, Tristan.
Hey there, Nauris. Good to be on the show. Thanks for having me. And you are looking fly today, I must say.
Thanks, thanks. And Vidmantas Sugdinis is the CEO at Melp, which is a employee engagement and benefits platform. So, hello, Vidmantas.
Hi everyone from sunny Lithuania.
Greetings,
Labas
greetings
dienas.
to you. Labas dienas to you too. So, let's dive into the discussion. The first topic that I would like to explore is the latest technologies and digital tools that are transforming HR processes all across the globe. Uh, Kaspars, as a business development director, how do you see technology changing the HR landscape?
Um, well, last 10 years have been amazing change. And as we are one of the companies that are trying to follow the lead of many great colleagues that we have today, radio as a technology is something that was impossible 10 years. And if we talk about in-house communication, then it was something that was too costly, same as many human resource technologies that we will talk today. So I think the pace is amazing. I hope that today we will really start to believe that if we want to follow, we have to get in contact with some of the technologies and allow human resource to grow. Because yesterday, some of you maybe were part of the radio. Moji, I'm very happy to have you here. We had amazing discussion yesterday,
Thank you.
and I hope you start to believe that technology and human resource is something that this future will bring.
And yeah, also forgot to tell everyone that We had a pre-opener yesterday. We had a great opportunity to engage and listen into the radio, which was provided by Kaspers, and also it was a really cool discussion between you two. So, actually, for those who haven't had the chance to listen to this radio, we can provide you the interview afterwards, after this conference or in the time of this conference. Moji, how you doing?
Great, great. And again, hello to everyone from Ireland.
Awesome, awesome. So please give me your insight about the latest technologies and digital tools, and also all of the digitalization that is going on right now in the organizations and businesses all across the world, and how it is transforming HR processes.
Thank you. So there's a lot of change happening right now around every organization of various sizes, whether it's a small organization or it's a corporate. You will see a huge shift to utilization of technology. This can be a simple in-house technology that their IT team may have implemented, or it could be adoption of cloud technologies that's out there. The bottom line is that the talent management has been now seen as one of the main um, requirements and one of the primary aspects within the strategies of companies. And that's really important. But the other side of things is that there's going to be innovation alongside that talent management, and it's a continued innovation that we see. I was speaking last, I think, yesterday with the team on the radio around ChatGPT and how it has evolved the parts, but there has been a lot of different smaller versions of these AI-driven technologies that we've already been using within HR. Specifically, when it comes down to recruitment tools, a number of companies have now moved away from identifying individuals when it comes down to selecting. So there's tools in place that would remove that personal data element of the individual resume, so that when the individual hiring manager is reviewing that, the pure focus is around the individual itself, not the gender, not the name, not the location, not the age, any of that. And that's really important to drive. But more importantly, when it comes down to advancement of your team and improving, processing that level of data could be quite difficult. So you do need AI to drive that. And it's similar to surveillance cameras that previously we had a large team driving the surveillance. There's these days, it's the power of AI that does the actual selection of who needs to be alerted on a bigger screen. The same can be applied within HR, where there's a lot of candidates, a lot of job openings, and we're using AI to select the right level of candidates and make sure that we have um, a talent in place that can basically grow within the team and drive that. I think that would be very, very important to focus on. There's a lot of cool algorithms that's out there. Predictive analytics is really important as well. We've all seen the change that's happening around the world when it comes down to um, talent retention, especially right now. There's a lot of changes happening. One side of that would be change management, which is a skill that the HR team may basically already be available of that, and they can drive. But the more important part is that predictive analytics and understanding of data and learning about the process that's happening within the system, within the company. What sort of retention did you have in the last period of time, and who was responsible for it? Was the responsibility an individual manager? That's the style of management that results in that individual team not no longer being interested in the company? Or is the cultural issues, or is it your partners within recruitments that driving that? It could be a training matter, it could be performance management processes that are in place. But you would be able to see, with the help of technology, what is the root cause of that retention. And that's really down to predictive analytics and making sure that that data would be available through that. There's some other cool stuff around virtual reality. We've seen a big factor of that playing around in the past year, especially after COVID. And obviously, chatbots are very important. Individual engagement with HR traditionally would have been very difficult, quite a difficult part in an employee's, let's say, day to even engage with HR. People would probably avoid that department altogether. And there has been a huge shift around that as well. There's a lot of cultural focus within HR. There's a lot of assistant requirements through HR rather than going through other departments. And it's very, very good to see that technology has played a great part in developing that relationship to next level, that you would feel comfortable to engage with HR at any point in time to seek help, to seek consultation, and also to share your view and make sure that that view is heard appropriately and individuals would not have a concern to engage with that team. Chatbots are very helpful. You don't really take someone's time. You would be able to drive that through some knowledge-based activities. And in the end, that would be basically passed on to relevant parts that needs to happen. There are other cool parts, but I'm not sure if it is relevant to go through all of them. Um, but I think in the coming years, there will be a lot of changes. There will be a lot of improvement in the way we do our HR operations around the world. Certainly, there would be paperless. There's a lot of paper um, being used right now in many organizations as part of their ESG approach. It does make sense to engage the candidates all the way through their journey down to becoming an employee, their onboarding, as well as their life cycle of their employment, and even at time of their offboarding, all of those would be completely paperless processes that needs to be come in place. It's already widely being utilized. There are a number of companies, primarily in the public sector, that there may be a legitimate basis that they need to use paper, but we see that challenge and change coming down the line quite fast.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. What we saw is that the HR technologies are evolving rapidly from the mid 2010s. But I also completely agree with you that the ChatGPT, the artificial intelligence, and also chatbots are trends that we can see already in the organizations all across the world. But speaking of recruitment and the journey of the candidate, and also the technologies. Tristan, what's your view on the topic of the HR technology and the future of it?
Yeah, so it's a good question. And, I really do think there's a lot of great opportunities there for innovation within recruitment. When you look at the technology that we're developing, that other companies are developing, there's a lot of opportunities for teams to automate a lot of the processes within recruitment. So if you look back at what the actual role was for a recruiter or for someone in HR, 10 years ago, you'd probably see a daily task list of very manual work, following up with candidates, checking in with employees, probably lots and lots of meetings. And now if fast forward, if you look at how recruitment teams are operating, it's a way more leaner approach, and that's really due to the technologies that are on the table to automate a lot of the things like emails, automate feedback loops. There's a lot of technology there that will help recruitment teams save a lot of time. Where I'm a little bit more skeptical is on the adoption side of things. So what I see is, technologies are innovating very fast. And when we look at things like ChatGPT, generative AI, we see these incredible feats of technology. In other industries, we see incredible feats of technology. But I feel that it's always the slowest going when those technologies being adapted into HR. And companies will be really fast to try and know how can we integrate something like ChatGPT into our software. For us, it can be something like writing a job advert, right? You need to put a job online. You want to create a job advert. Why spend an hour trying to write this out when you can just use an artificial intelligence? And that will come soon, which is incredible because teams are trying to innovate and innovate. But where I'm skeptical is like, how quickly can HR teams adopt this? If you look at a lot of the software that's out there, I think if you look at HR teams, how much are they using that technology to its full capacity? Are they aware of it? Do they have the skill level to really implement such tools into their teams? That's where I see a bit of a slowdown in the process. And I think that just comes because either it's, not really being able to implement properly, not really understanding the capabilities of the solution, or simply just, HR being in some cases quite old fashioned in their ways of working. And I think that needs to change and speed up. And that's partly on the side of people in HR, but also partly on the side of the actual technology vendors to say, hey, don't just build it and expect it to be delivered, but actually, how can we support their teams to implement these solutions within their business and actually understand the value? Because we all have to remember that none of this AI and technology comes for free, right? It all comes at a cost because that's the way the world works. They need to be able to business case how this can impact their business, save them money, save them time, which is also not an easy thing to do, because HR is typically seen as a cost center rather than a profit center. So I think there's a lot of, although technology is moving fast, it's going to take a bit of time to really filter through to the actual operational work that recruitment and HR teams are doing.
Thank you, Tristan, for your insight. And Vidmantas, when we're looking at technology, and you as a CEO of a company that's providing solution for employee benefits and engagement, what is your insight on overall technology in the field of HR and the future of it?
Yeah, so I think actually we are seeing really big tectonic shifts in HR globally. That people are moving to hybrid work. That's one thing, and they are requesting total freedom to work whenever they want, from where they want, and how they want. At the same time, they want a full personalization at their journey. So they want to have personal approach. And I think, and the third big thing, what is a young generation, they don't want to work in the same company for 10, 15 years. So they are changing jobs and they are moving across the companies. So these three things, they already make technology obligatory. You cannot make a personal approach with a hybrid community that are changing work fast without technology. So technology is obligatory. Companies are spending so much on different HR technologies. I think in 2021, it was 130 billion USD globally for various HR and employee benefit platforms. That's a huge amount. And the average company is using so many of different tools that now what we see that HRs not only want to automate the tasks, they want to have more single stop solutions. So not to have, 10 different programs for solving one small HR topic. So they want to concentrate as much as possible on few platforms that will solve more questions at once. So that's what's happening, like a big trends, what's influencing HR world. That I think this automation thing, it will inevitably go hand in hand with AI. And just today in the morning, I have read that in the Y Combinator, it's a large accelerator in the US, almost half of all startups who in the last batch have been using some kind of AI whenever the industry they are targeting. So AI in few years will be like also, you cannot solve many questions fast without AI, it's including personalization. So that's my 2 cents that I think automation, personalization will be inevitable, and one stop, and more solutions with one HR tool. That's what companies are looking for.
Completely think that I agree with you. But hey, guys, we have a lot of questions. We have a really lot of questions, and one of the questions is I think that I will give this
Nowadays,
to maybe Moji. Yes, Casper.
just to add, because I saw those questions are coming inside, and just adding what I heard here and what we talked yesterday in radio with, I think Moji with you, that it's nice to talk about that human resource need technology and there's artificial intelligence and all of that. But what is important and crucial to remember that we need to understand what is our needs. So otherwise, the mistake that we can do that we buy something that we think that we should use, and at the end of the day we spend more time and invest trying to do something that is not important for our teams. Kind of start with the small things. That's what I heard yesterday, and I think we talked with Moji about this one. Start with the small things and understand what is your needs, and then look for the best solution.
Actually, we got a thing that you have to rush in like in 50 minutes, right?
Yeah, I have management next meeting, but I don't want to leave. It's so nice to see that people are joining from all around the world, guys. Like I'm trying to follow the comments, and it's like
Yeah,
Botswana, Egypt, India, and so it's so nice to be here.
yeah. Awesome, awesome. So, but theme about the HR technologies, we have a question which is kind of interesting, and I think I'm going to address it to Demoji, to you. But one of our listeners is asking you, what are can you please give some points of difference between the HRIS and AI? What is the difference?
Yeah, very good. Good
Could
question.
HRIS be with AI?
Yeah,
In
so
30 seconds.
HRIS, absolutely. HRIS is a platform that really holds and centralize. It's a centralized location for your information systems that relates to your employee data. So traditionally, we would store them in a file server, um, under a folder, or on an Excel sheet. All the um, demographic data that you use for Moji as an employee versus somebody else who's not an employee, that would have been stored in a platform of some sort, and we call them either Excel sheets or the traditional file servers that you store that data. That's not good because A, it's not safe, and B, it's not centralized. So a HR, which is Human Resources Information Management System or information system, that really brings all of that data into a centralized location and simplify that by means of a storage, by means of data mining, by means of giving access to some people to drive that, giving HR to allow to update them, the employee to basically import data rather than emailing to you. So there would be a centralized location for storage and processing of that data. Whereas AI is artificial intelligence that can be used as a technology on every single platform, including HRIS. So you could use AI for this video. So I could be an AI sitting here and I could have an avatar and engage with you. So rather than me live talking to you, that can be one method of AI to drive. Another part is to make sure that artificial intelligence captures all of that data that I have, that if I want to scroll through and do the search myself might take hours, get that script through AI to drive that for me from my HRIS platform. So that's the primary difference. One is a technology that's being used on the other.
Cool. Thank you, Moji, for the wide explanation of it. We have a lot of questions, but the time is limited. I'll try to ask a few more within this panel discussion. But thank you for all of you for sharing your thoughts on the impact of a technology in the field of HR. But the next thing is that I want to, and the next topic is I want to emphasize is about remote work and flexible scheduling. Uh, so, which, uh, let's say, what is the impact of remote work and flexible scheduling on the workforce? Maybe Tristan, you can give us some insights from your view, uh, although you're kind of representing in Olive in the recruitment process. But what is your thoughts on this, on flexible scheduling, remote work, and the future of the workforce
Yeah.
nowadays?
Yeah, well, I think it's really like the last few years, there's been huge steps forward in remote working, and it's created lots of great opportunities for people to be, to work more flexibly and have more time for themselves. But it's also created opportunities for companies to hire talent from abroad as well, which has just, opened up a lot of um, the talent market that's available outside of what used to be, a 1 hour commute from the office. Those barriers are not there anymore. And what we've seen um, in from a technology point of view is a lot of technologies have rapidly grew in the last few years. When you look at you know technology spaces that were not even existing before, like I had to shout out a company, Workwise. Incredible. What they do is they are able to help you manage your stock, your inventory, your laptops. You have all of a sudden you have challenges now where you need to actually send laptops to people that you would just usually hand over in person at the office, but you have to keep stock of that. You have to send it, distribute it. It creates a lot more challenges that were never there before, which also creates new technologies to solve them. So it's been an interesting shift in what's happened for the good, I believe, because I mean, for me personally, working at Recruity, we are completely flexible in terms of where you want to work, how many days in the office you would like to be in there. And from my own well-being perspective, it's really, if I don't feel like I need to have just a bit of day to get to the gym early after work, for people who have children to spend more time with their children after work. These are things that are so immensely productive for your well-being, your health, which ultimately creates a more happy employee that will stay longer, that will be more productive in the work that they do. So ultimately, these are all really good things that all companies need to really take on board when they're considering whether they're going to be flexible and what they're going to offer to their employees. But of course, there's a lot of challenges that come with it that I think technologies are very quickly catching up on and seeing opportunities to innovate.
Thank you, Tristan. Kaspers, remote work has created new opportunities, and also for you and your company. And maybe you can give your insights about the remote work and how it transformed the processes within organizations and how you can help to engage people in the company.
Yeah, I agree what Tristan said, and I think this is $1 million question about it, remote work and how can it generate a positive impact. And one thing that is very important for me is that it actually starts with the culture, right? Because if you can trust the person, then of course this works and it does amazing things. And that company radio kinds of works on both ways. It generates that opportunity for people to have either its event or it's kind of another anything that you wish to do with your company all around the world, and build that culture, which is important for a person to understand, because I really love the way how world changed after the COVID. Of course, we didn't like what happened there. And I believe this conference 5 years ago would be empty, most probably, because we were not that big fan of anything that happens outside of our office. And probably our boss or manager would argue that, hey, in the workplace, it's maybe not good to be in some conference online. So I love that whole idea that people can have that option to work from home and have amazing opportunity to build events which works on the culture and on the brand in the companies while employees are sitting at home. That's something that was not possible a few years ago.
Yep, thank you, Kaspers. And Vidmantas, remote work, uh, but the engagement and well-being and benefits, have they changed? Have what's your insight in this era of hybrid work and remote work?
Totally. They've changed totally because you cannot take care of employees in full like you could at the workspace that you provided, where you can meet, you can organize the workout together if you might even have a gym at work, but you have to give more decisions and more freedom to the employees. So if you give out this action, so you have to give them tools. I think there is quite a big challenge for the HRs how to provide freedom for the remote employees, how to engage them, and to keep up with a similar, at least, or better, even experience and connection to their teams, because it's not the same and it's more difficult. So that's where some tools can come in place. And if you would be doing some recognition program, so that's where HR tools or motivation tools are pretty useful. I've seen there was a question from Rimgim Kaul in India that she was inquiring about potential employee benefits that could increase motivation beyond the standard options of work from home, opportunities, bonuses, and incentives. I would advise Rimgim look into the employee engagement and recognition programs, which you could do either for remote or on-site employees, that employees giving kudos to each other, and then later on collecting points, organizing it according the values that company want to promote, and then later when they get these points, they can monetize them and spend in the marketplace whatever they want. And if your company would like to promote wellness, so then they can buy their own wellness preferences. So, for example, the gym nearby or the online yoga course at home. So that's what I mean, that you have to give power to the people. That's the only way how to survive remotely. You have to give them tools, you have to keep them engaged, but you have to give power to the people. And that's the one thing that we cannot avoid, but hopefully we can make it with the help of digital tools.
Thank you, Vidmantas. And Moji, a couple of words from your side for this topic of the remote work and flexible scheduling on the workforce. Can you hear us, Moji? Are you still with us?
Probably.
Okay.
I am indeed.
Okay,
I don't know what happened,
so
but there
let's.
was a bit of network issues, but we're back.
Awesome.
Yeah. Woohoo!
Woohoo! So yeah, the Moji, please give me your insight in like of a minute on the impact of remote work and flexible scheduling on the workforce, and what is going to be in the future, and then what is your insight of it?
Yeah, no, thank you. Remote workforce and working remotely is a commodity at this stage of everyone's day-to-day work. So we cannot expect individual employees to work just from home or work just from the office. It has to be a hybrid model. That's proven to be a more productive method. And again, it depends on the requirements that we have with the company. But having to have one of those as a definite, it would be a failure. So it's always recommended to provide both options. If an individual has that ability to the office and interact, it's great. It should be encouraged as well. But if the individual would like to be within its flexible environment where the productivity in his mind or her mind can be more, there should be no problem with that individual going and work remotely, and that is a fact that it is happening. I don't think it'll ever change from this point on. If anything, it will be primarily become part of every single company. As I said, it's more of a commodity as we speak right now. But what's really important is to, whether it's in-house or remote, that communication and engagement is not forgotten. That's where technology kicks in. So if I'm working with a team of developers as a individual who either works with the development team or who's driving that development team, what's important is that the end result of that activity that we need to do is delivered. Now that can be carried out with a numerous amount of methods that's available in HR systems, and technology in general can assist you with that. It's more around
Mhm.
communication, clarity of the goals, the vision, the mission, and making sure that there is an open door for individuals that have a challenge to be able to discuss that. And there's lots of methodologies that you could also add on top of this for best practice that would make that team a success. What should not be happening, though, is a misconception that because Moji is working from home, the productivity may be less. That's absolutely something that needs to be avoided, because I know for myself, if I'm in the office from time to time and if I'm working on certain um, items that I need to focus, I need to be in a place that is completely quiet. So the office may not be suitable for me if, especially, it's an open floor environment that you go. And more we see that companies have shifted towards that open um, floor environment for gathering and integrating a lot more with their workforce. But at the same time, they're shortening their size, they're limiting that part in the environment that they have, simply because there is a demand for me to be able to flexibly work through the day and deliver that. And remote workforce definitely drive this. It has to stay, it will stay, but it has to be made sure that it's not factoring in negatively towards our workforce. There's mental health issues, there would be health and safety concerns, there's security concerns. They need to be factored in. So it is not that it's just moving away from the company in a sense that that individual is now siloed. If not, that individual is being given a more an environment that's more flexible for him or her, but also it adds a lot of more responsibilities, i.e. information security responsibilities, health and safety responsibilities, making sure mental health is in place and it's being factored in. So there's more responsibilities for the employees as well, and that needs to be certainly overviewed on a periodic basis.
Broad insight from your side. Kaspers, are you still with us?
I'm soon leaving, but I'm following the
So,
questions, and wow, a lot of things to say.
yeah, a lot of questions, and I think that all of the participants that are watching right now online, you can really connect with all of our panel discussion representatives via LinkedIn and ask their questions. We have left like 17 minutes, but I want to jump to the next topic. So thank you all for your insight of the remote work and the future of it and nowadays. But uh, I saw a couple of comments about the diversity, about the panel that all of us are here are men, and I want to emphasize and also want to talk about you guys. And Casper, you could be the first one. Let's talk about the diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. What is your stance and your insight of it in nowadays and also in the future? Have you been talking and working with a lot of international companies all these years?
Yeah, thank you for those comments there, because I think it's important to talk about it. And I do believe there will be other women talking in, and yes, there's a lot of women in human resource. And I'm the guy who's been raised by a single mother, so kind of my attention and understanding of diversity starts already there. I always seen that both sexes are the same. I never checked any other understanding. And it all starts with us, right? We're the ones who are representing that diversity. And for me as a manager for my team, for this company and other projects where I am, I think we as a doesn't matter what kind of level managers we are, C or middle management or managing our small companies, we have to just accept that we all are equal. I know no one is the same. We are all unique, but we are equal. And that would be my final message for today, because I think this is something that we need to think about. And I'm so happy that this question rised up here, because that means it's important. And if it's important, then we have to follow it, right?
Of course. Thank you, Kasper. So thank you for participation in this panel discussion. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, right, or today?
Yeah. See me tomorrow. I'll try to follow the conference as well. And thank you, Moji, Tristan, and Widmantis. Very nice to meet you. And one more time, I'm just following the comments, and I saw the people joining from Mongolia and other places, which is amazing. Honored to be here.
Well, it's a global event, and we're also blessed and to speak to and speak of all of these topics today and also tomorrow. So, but thank you, Kasper. So, Tristan, as a recruiting representative, what is your insight of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I've been to a few events around the topic of diversity and inclusion, and to really understand what is it, how can companies implement it in a way that's effective. And I was at an event not too long ago, and the speaker was an expert on this topic, and he said something that really resonated with me, and that was that actually diverse teams on average underperform non-diverse teams over time, which is not a nice thing to hear, of course, unless there's psychological safety in the workplace. And what psychological safety is that you're actually giving people the feeling that they are able to contribute to a topic, whether that's in a meeting, whether that's on a panel discussion. It's not just about creating teams that are diverse and just checking off the list of numbers. All right, we need to have someone from here, and put them in a team. And okay, that's going to create a high performing team. That's actually not the case. It's important to have psychological safety so that you're actually giving people the comfort that they can actually contribute and perform well in that team. And that's something that stuck with me. And I think everyone should really think about how they are not just building a team that's diverse, but how are they creating an environment where everyone feels safe to actually contribute to the team's goals. And yeah, I think that's super important.
Tristan and Vidmantis, what is your opinion on diversity, inclusion?
I think everything starts with a clear goals, and then actions toward these goals. And transparency helps a lot in this journey. So, for example, if you want to preach diversity, the one thing that you can start doing is transparently showcase the average salary of men and women in your company. And I think that's already obligatory. For example, in some countries in Europe, including Lithuania, that in your reports you have to publish the salaries of men and women. One thing. Another thing, if you are electing a board in the company, you have to obligate to have some places for men, some places for women. So everything starts with the goals. If you have a goal to put diversity as an important issue on your agenda, then it starts going. Otherwise, it would be just talking that it should be done, but what have you done about it, or what has your company done about it, or what has your country done about it? So there are really good examples, and diversity inclusion is becoming the global agenda, at least in the developed countries. So I think we are moving forward. Quite often, companies communicate that. And by the way, I can say that it's really communication that attracts interest. And if you want to get some attention, do something about diversity and inclusion, you will get much more, followers or much more comments, if that would be a positive step towards bringing equality to your company's like HR field.
That we're going to close this topic. Moji, don't worry. I'm going to ask you the first question right now on the next topic. And this is actually going to be the last topic that we're going to talk in this panel discussion, because our time is limited. I'm starting to think that we had to put this panel discussion for a 2-hour session, but let's do that into the future, in the next Future of HR conference. But Moji, what is your opinion of role of HR in the business strategy? What's the role of human resources manager in the driving business strategy? Are you with us? Your microphone has been muted.
Apologies. I was just saying, great question. Thank you for that. The HR would traditionally be seen as a department that would manage resources for companies and drive that through a series of activities, whether it's hiring talent or right sizing the talent or ensuring that the policies and procedures which are HR related are adhered to. They are literally 10% of what the new HR does in this world. One of the primary aspects is to make sure that it enables the strategies that the company is basically setting, the mission and vision, through the right workforce. So HR would be playing a very, very important role in that strategy to firstly understand what the strategy is and influence that strategy based on the available workforce, based on environment, based on the type of available resources that we have. And we've too often seen that there is a vision or mission in place with the company, but it's failed at resourcing, specifically because of the fact that we haven't really engaged our talent individuals in there. So that's really important to put. I think it was kind of mentioned earlier, when we're driving any sort of change, what's really important is not to start with technology. So there's 3 factors of people, processes, and technology. And technology usually should come at the very latest and actually complement your people and processes. It's the people and processes that we need to drive. And what that really needs is to be able to understand what does the strategy is asking to be done. And as part of that, how do we need to do that? What requirements are going to be in place? And only then engage with the technology. So while HR can actually implement that technology and make sure that all of those items that are required fits within type of technology that we need, the primary role with HR should be in fact being engaged with the strategy and the processes that are currently in the business that may not necessarily be HR related, but there would be an impact via people over those processes. And then understand which areas can be automated, which areas could be addressed through adoption of resourcing, what sort of resource pools is required, how do we need to manage that level of resource, and what are the kind of contingencies that we need to have in terms of that talent um management approach. So I would certainly suggest that's really important to drive by engaging HR through the strategy, making sure that they have a good understanding of the strategy, because that's always a gap. If I work in IT, I may not really have enough knowledge around marketing. But if there's a marketing project which is involved, I need to be involved to understand the marketing principles in order for me to be able to assist the individuals on that specific topic. And the same goes with HR. If we are making a strategy that requires resources and it's not a one-man job, then you do need to engage HR to make sure that A, they understand the mission and vision. There is a input from HR onto that, because there's the stuff that we may not know when it comes down to resourcing and management of talent and talent retention and all the stuff that can impact the specific project or mission that we are having. And B, making sure that along the way of that execution of the strategy, they are actually part of that team, they're actively monitoring the progress, and they're adding value. I think that's the primary recommendation that I would share with you today.
Thank you, Moji. Thank you really, really much. And Vidmantis, as the CEO of MELP, can you tell us about your experience in this area on role of HR in driving business strategy?
I think in the last few years it's becoming more and more important. And one of the way how companies show that, they include more heads of HR into their boards. And that's already really strong solution. That means that if you are part of the board, you create the strategy of the company. And that's what I'm talking about is large companies. I mean, enterprise level. So one thing that HR people are moving in higher positions in the hierarchy of the companies. Another thing that companies already understand that success comes only with the people, and your competitive advantage can be created only by the people. The only thing. All technologies can be copied. Well, what you cannot copy, it's the culture, it's how you put your goals and how you move towards them. So while more and more executives understand that, they still lack of understanding how to create that better inclusion, the engagement, satisfaction, these soft things, and how Tristan very well mentioned that everybody reviewed as a cost center, HR as a cost center, but it's already changing. At least in Europe, it's starting to change, and there is such a concept of employee lifetime value, which every company would probably cite very clearly about customer lifetime value. But about employee lifetime value, it's quite recent when they start to understand that new employee, you have to recruit them, you have to onboard them, and their maximum output can be reached in some amount of time, from, I don't know, 3 months to 1 year or maybe 2 years. And then they leave the company. Half of the people leave the company after 2 years. That's global data. So the longer the retention, the more output they can produce, the more value they can bring to the company. So that's already we are starting to see the changes, but it's of course slow, and we have to communicate more about how to measure the value that employees bring to the table. And then there is a return on investment on the money that you put into onboarding, on the money that you put into training, development, on the culture, on the engagement things. So if you can put the value, all CEOs, investors, CFOs, everybody will understand it. So I would encourage HR to communicate more in data, in numbers, on the progress and how to measure the results that your employees are producing, if they are well trained, if they are well onboarded, if they are skilled, and if they didn't leave the company and you have a new hire. So communicate better, and then the changes will happen faster.
Thank you, and I completely agree with you that the HR has to sell the idea to CEOs, CFOs with numbers, with data, and that's how the organization can grow. And Tristan, you have the chance for the last remarks from your side of the role of HR in driving business strategy. And uh, hour has been like already gone. So, what is your opinion on this topic?
Yeah, I don't have too much more to add than what's already been said. Really, the only thing I can really emphasize on is that it's no good just having a seat at the table. You need to enforce your seat on the table and be proactive. We are seeing HR is more and more becoming on the board level, which means you have an opportunity to influence. However, you need to make sure that you're not just at the table to take notes and react to the decisions being made from a HR perspective, but to actually come to the table with proactive ideas. And that really means creating alignment with the business goals from a HR perspective. What can you do? And like what was mentioned, come with data, with numbers, with stats. But again, that comes with psychological safety. I think it's a new area to be in, to influence on that level. So it I'd also encourage other people who are on the boards to also provide the psychological safety for HR directors on the board level to voice their opinion and voice their ideas and strategies, because that will have a seriously positive impact towards the business goals.
Okay, thank you, Tristan. And wow, an hour has just gone by so fast. And I think it was a really interesting panel discussion and opener for the Future of HR conference. I'm sorry for our participants that we haven't had the opportunity to maybe engage with you more, guys, but we have a lot of presentations for today and for tomorrow, and then we'll have the opportunity to also ask questions, and I'm going to try to pick some of them to ask to our participants. But thank you, everyone, for your valuable insights and thoughts on the future of HR. It's clear that HR is going through a significant transformation. And as HR professionals, we need to adapt to these changes to stay ahead of the curve. I hope that our discussion today has provided everyone with some actionable insights and best practices that they can take away and apply in their own organizations. So that concludes our opening panel. So thank you, Kaspers, who's already gone. Thank you, Moji. Thank you, Tristan, and thank you, Vidmantis. And I'll thank you a lot of you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Have a great one,
Everybody who's
everybody. We'll see
working,
you later on.
everybody who is working
Awesome.
in HR, you're working in a good field.
Indeed, indeed. Great to
In a
meet you all.
stressful field.
It is, but it's potential.
Okay.
Yeah, but with the potential. So
Have a great one,
thank you,
everybody.
thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, guys. So I want to emphasize that if you have any questions for Moji, Tristan, or Vidmantas, they're really open people, and you can connect with them via LinkedIn and ask them whatever you think is valuable for you. But okay, it's already clock is past 12 o'clock over here. We are right now in Riga, Latvia. But let's start our future of HR with our first official presentation. And Marion is already with us. All right. Hi, Marion.
Hi, Norris. Thank you.
Hi. Great. Nice to hear from you. That's kind of interesting transition from recruiting on the panel discussion with Tristan, and now transitioning to you. Your topic is really, really interesting, as I am a millennial and I already have been in this position where other Gen X people have thought that we are like the crazy, but the new generation that comes in is really, really kind of, from my side, different. But on the topic how to attract the Gen Z candidates, Marian will give you a really interesting insight of it. So Marian, the microphone and presentation is with you.
Great. Thank you very much, Norris. And yeah, I'm a millennial too, so I'm really happy to. I was happy actually to go inside this new generation to prepare this for you. First of all, let me introduce myself. So my name is Marianne. I'm partnership manager at Recruitment, focusing on the French market and rest of the world market. So my job is, as a partnership manager, is to create special relationship with HR professional to enable them with a recruiting solution. And before Recruity, I worked in Paris because I'm French, and I was leading a training company for people who wanted to learn from startup ecosystem and know more about new ways of working. So I created training on management, on HR innovation, on product management, and I really think that learning, lifelong learning, is key to keep growing, and that's why I also like to treat this kind of innovative subject, and I'm really happy to be here at Future of HR. So thank you for inviting me. About Recruity, I think maybe Tristan gave you a bit of a presentation before, but maybe some other new people are joining. So Recruity is an ATS based on collaborative hiring. So we want to bring together recruiters, HR, employees to hire better together and to give a global vision of the company, and this is important. So we have more than 5,000 customers now all over Europe and in North America. And also, as you can see, a lot of users of our solution. But let's go back to our topic today. So for the next 20 minutes, we will talk about Generation Z and how to recruit them, how to attract them. I choose this subject because I think this is a really specific generation, and this is also the future. As you can see, in 2025, 30% of the working population will be from this generation. And of course, as the previous generation, this one has its own specificity, and companies must adapt to attract and retain them. As you may know, we're living at a time of immediacy, of easy access to information, and importance of work-life balance. So we need to think of action that should be taken for this new generation. But first of all, who are we talking about? Who is this Generation Z? So I put some example. I hope you know them. But what we see and the definition of this generation, it begins around 1997 and ends around 2010. Some people say 2013. So as of today, the Generation Z age range is between 13 and 26 years old. So already many of the oldest members of this generation now make up a significant portion of the workforce, but also many other are coming and are going to apply to the job in the company. So we need to understand them. To do so, I tried to create a kind of a profile to define this generation, but little disclaimer here, I'm not putting anybody in a box. These are general ideas of their aspiration, expectation. Of course, it can be different if you are in a different country, culture, tradition. Maybe I have a bit of a French bias over here, but this is to give you a general idea of a Gen Z profile. Regarding the first point of eco-responsible and citizen of the planet, the expectation of this generation, the expectations are different from the other generation. They have seen their parents work a lot, and now they are aware that the way things are now is not sustainable for the planet anymore. And in their day-to-day life and job, they want to have an immediate impact on changing things. So this is important in the way we communicate with this generation. Also, in the way we communicate with this generation, we need to highlight transparency. And in the recruitment process, it is more than important. Like for them, the expected salary, the working condition has to be clear and has to be revealed as quickly as possible in the recruitment process. They don't really like when things are too much branding and not straight to the point. We have to be very transparent with them. I highlight also a job security. So it's important for this generation. And I think it has been discussed before, they project themselves 2-3 years in a company, no more. So for them, change is the constant. They are willing to learn for lifelong. And the company should offer this learning space to retain them. As we said before, the company has to invest in onboarding, in learning, in training, if we want to retain them. Otherwise, they will go in another company because they don't have this link with job security as the generations before. Regarding the balance, which is an important one between remote and office work, they're looking for social cohesion. So the company is the place where they develop social relationships. So they need to meet people at the office. They need to create relationship. Otherwise, they prefer to stay home and they prefer remote work. And this is also linked to the fact that they need to feel flexibility. They need to feel that they're part of a trusting environment to thrive and perform in their job. So, for example, mandatory office days does not make sense for them. And as a company and as a manager, teammates, we need to understand this. So this was for the definition, the profile. And now I wanted to highlight, as a company, as a businesses, how can we act to understand this generation and to attract this generation. So as I said, the expectation and aspiration of this generation are really specific, but they're actually not completely disconnected from the one of the other generation. What differs, I would say, is the intensity of the expectation and aspiration. And this intensity can be found in 3 new relationships to the world they have. I didn't invent this. Actually, I learned this 3 new relationships to the world from a French entrepreneur named Matthias, and he is from Generation Z. He's 23 years old. He has created a company dedicated to the recruitment and the attraction of Generation Z. And for Matthias, it is essential to understand this because it is biological needs of this generation. So we have 3 new relationships to the world for this generation: the time, the space, and the knowledge. Regarding the first one, the time. This is a generation of immediateness, of everything right away. So it is, for Matthias, as he said, a biological need marked by practices on core since birth. So it is essential for this candidate, if we see them as a candidate in a recruitment process, to be informed very quickly about the treatment of their application. We must take care of them. And concretely, what can you do for that? Well, it can be simple. It seems to be simple, but it's not the way all the recruiters do things. But you send a confirmation email, a reception of the application. You say, okay, we're gonna take care of your application. Thank you for coming to us. You can also send a scheduler link to propose an interview that suits their schedule. So you show them that their time is as important as your time. And this is little things you can do to show them that you care and you're going to answer. And you cannot let this kind of candidate, I mean, it's the same for all candidates, but you cannot let this kind of candidates waiting for too long without any answer. The second one is the space, the relationship with the space. This is a generation who has always lived in an hybrid world, both physical and digital. Therefore, in the office experience, if the office experience is not better than the remote experience, they will have no interest in being physically present. So as a company, what does it mean? It means that you need to highlight office life initiative, benefits in your job offer. You can also highlight it on your career website, for example. You can post photos or videos of office life on social network. You can collect stories, testimonies, set up activities, team building, and so on, to show that the space at the office is really a great place to work. And finally, the relationship to the knowledge. So, today knowledge is available on a click on Google. And what we must understand here is that what we must highlight here is the relationship with the manager. So this relationship has to be reconsidered for the Generation Z coming in the company, and the relationship with his manager. The manager is no longer the holder of knowledge, but is the one who is going to assist the upskilling of the people in his team. And he is the one who challenges and make people grow. And we can see the manager as a servant leader. So in the recruitment process, what does it mean? It means that you hire collaboratively. Of course, you have the recruiter, you have the HR, but the manager is also involved in the recruitment process. And during interview, he will be able to show the candidate that he or she is committed to the development of the team skills. So we know how they work, we know who they are, and what we can act to attract them. So now, how can we recruit them concretely? So as you may know, nowadays we are over-connected, overwhelmed by information everywhere. And I think we can make the parallel between candidates and consumer. Both need to take back the power over their decision. And this is why more and more recruitment methods are now based on inbound marketing techniques. So through the content creation, the opinion sharing, newsletter, we allow candidates to come to us when they are ready. And the recruitment strategy should focus on attracting the right people via customized content share on the relevant platform. This is how inbound recruitment work. So it is important to take care of your brand, your employer branding everywhere on your career website, especially because candidates do research on you. And as you can see, according to a study, 95% of candidates find out about a company before applying. So take care of your brand, your employer branding, and of course of your candidate experience, whatever the generation you are targeting. This is more important. And finally, because time runs so fast, I wanted to share with you some great recruiting features that can be helpful to build a great candidate experience for both Generation Z and also the other generation. The first one is the mobile app. It seems a bit simple, but actually I saw that 46% of the Generation Z applied for internship on job via mobile device. So it's nice to be accessible everywhere. I told you before about the scheduler. This is kind of a Calendly, which is a tool where you can access the agenda of people you want to talk with. This is really nice to have because it will let the candidate free to choose the right slot for the interview. And also for the recruiter or the HR team, it will be a time saver. And I think also it will show how innovative you are in your process. Regarding also sharing your job offer, you can use the social media. So use the relevant social media for your job offer displaying. It can be TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, whatever your target is. And also, I think a nice tips is to try to know the HR influencer in your country. For example, in France, we have a career queen, which is a HR influencer. And if you ask her maybe to be the one who display a job offer, it could be the relevant target for some candidates. And you also have, of course, the career website I told you about. So you can share offices, life, you can share benefit on it. You can display photos, videos of employee at the office, and you can share stories of what happened. So this is a really nice things to have, and you really need it, of course. And finally, the talent pool. So you can tag and sort your candidate. You can define specific inbound action for each talent pool. And when they will be ready, they will come to you naturally because they know that your company is a great place to work. So to conclude, I would say that having a great ATS with great features is a good way to attract candidates. You can be reactive, consistent in your ways of working, and also most important, show how innovative you are, because for this generation, they are really, really connected and really tech native. So they need to know that you will provide a nice tool in their day-to-day job. All right, this was very quick, but thank you so much for listening to me. I hope you like the presentation. Here is my email address and my LinkedIn. If you want to connect, I'll be very happy to discuss further with you about this subject or any recruitment subject or any new ways of working subject, because this is something I really like. So thank you so much, everybody, for listening.
Thank you, Mariam. Thank you for the presentation. And, from my own experience, when I communicate with Gen Z or communicate with organizations who are trying to attract the new generation people, it's kind of a hectic. It's really interesting part of way how we may communicate with them, because all day and all night they're on their phones, and this is the thing that you should consider in the future, that all of the traffic and all of the different channels that we can reach the Generation Z. So thank you, Marian, a lot. And you already shown your contacts. And if all of our participants can contact Marian on LinkedIn. And also after the conference, we'll send a link to the Recruity platform for you guys to see how can it help you on your everyday recruitment process. But time is ticking, and let's go further. Our next speaker, Bram van Laar, is head of customer success from partnerships from Social Cedar. And Social Cedar is also a really interesting platform that helps you engage your own employees and promote your brand in all of the vast majority of the social networks. So, Bram, are you with us right now?
Yes, I am. Hi, Norris, and hi, everybody.
Hi, great to see you. So, yep, 20 minutes, your
Yes.
presentation on employee advocacy and the
Yes.
future of it, and then yep, take the stage.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, or whatever time zone you're in. Greetings from Belgium. My name is Bram van Laar. I'm head of customer success and also responsible for partnerships at Social Cedar. And today I will talk about why employee advocacy, employee engagement is the future of your company. Just little background. I've been working in the last 10 years for different startups and scale-ups, customer success related, but also very interested, always been in everything that has to do with employee engagement, company cultures. So that's why I'll be talking about it today in this presentation. Firstly, a quote that everybody or a lot of people may already know. It's a Simon Sinek quote, and it's just explains everything very clear. Is that customers will never love your company until your employees love it first. That is the basic of it all. If you want to be that specific top employer, then you need also to take care of your employees. Your employees are actually your best customers, as to say. Take care of your employees first, and they also will take care of your customers. This is the basis of what we do at Social Cedar, as we are into employee engagement, employee advocacy on a daily basis, and we help out our customers with that specific topic, like how do you how can you make your employees your biggest ambassadors, that they are just, let's say, we always say, like, when you are sitting in a bar or in a restaurant with your friends, with your family, and you're talking about how nice it is to work, or you're really loving your current job because of the chances you get from your employer, the working conditions, the atmosphere. This is why within Social Cedar we call ourselves a digital bar. It's like, okay, let's just spread the love for the company via social media. As an introduction, employee engagement, employee advocacy is actually quite easy. And as a company, you already should have all the ingredients, because everybody, or at least I hope so, that most companies have, or you think you have happy coworkers, that the culture you have in the company is unique, and you also have fantastic content that you're putting out there, that you're sharing with everybody, that you want to target, to reach. So that is something that is happening today in a lot of companies. So if you see it on a global scale, everybody, or we see it as well on a daily basis. When talking to companies, even if you're a small company, if in your a bigger company, or even actually those really corporate companies, everybody is aligned. We have happy coworkers. Our culture is unique, and we have fantastic content to share. But reality shows us a different picture. In reality, we see that only 1% of the workforce actively shares company content. It could be that on socials, from a company point of view, you're sharing a lot of content, but it comes from the brand itself. It's company, let's one of the best examples, company pages on LinkedIn. Content is being produced at a very high pace, but it's only a very, very, very small percentage of employees that are actually sharing company content on their socials. We see as well, on the other hand, more than 90% of the people, they trust suggestions from friends and peers. It's very simple example. I'm looking for, or you're looking for to buy a new car. If your friend or your brother or your sister, nephew or whatever is telling me, I've bought this new car, this brand, it is a great car, it's great value for money, then you would be more willing to go and have a visit where your friend or your relative bought that car than if you would just randomly visit 5 car dealers. So that is very important, that it's, in reality, there's still a huge potential to use your employees to share those that company content. The challenges we see today is that for companies, you need to stand out from the crowd. The days that everybody or everybody that finishes with studying, new joiners, the time that everybody will walk through our main entrance and just say, "Hi, here's my CV. I want to work for you." Those are gone. Even the big corporate companies, the big names. I can relate out of my own experience. It's more than 15 years ago now. I started at Coca-Cola, the Benelux organization. For me, that time, it was a no-brainer. Wow, I have the possibility to go and work for such a huge brand. Nowadays, we see that those big brands also need to take more and more efforts to attract talent, to retain talent, and even to convince them why they should work and come for your specific brand, because there's much more to it than there was 15 to 20 years ago. Also see that employees are less engaged than ever. There is a recent report, a Gallup report, which says on a global level that 87% of employees are not engaged anymore with their company. We all know that hybrid working, COVID had a lot of impact on that. But also there, 87%, it's huge. So there's the opportunities. Let's say in terms of employee engagement, the sky is the limit. What's more, even more, let's say a shocking number is that out of those 87%, we see that almost 17% is actively disengaged, and these are the real threats for your company. Because disengaged people, they are costing companies thousands, millions, billions of dollars or euros or whatever currency you're in. It creates a toxic environment. So it's something that needs to be tackled straight away. Also, how are we going to attract new talent? It's the question for every company today. We have a lot of open vacancies, but how are we going to find the right people for the job? So what if we, with our knowledge, our tool, take you to the next level? The solution is, if you want to stand out from the crowd, authenticity creates impact. There's nothing better than your own employees authentically talking about why they love working for your company, and they just do it out of themselves. Authenticity. You don't need that specific part of an individual gamification. No, it comes from, let's say, it comes from the heart, and it creates impact. Employees, the engagement, goes down. It's at a high time low. We can, out of experience, we see that from that 1% of people sharing company content, we can, on average, go to plus 25% that employees are communicating about your company. We turn your employees into ambassadors because they feel they have the connection with the company. And how do you want to be perceived by the outside world as a company? There's no better way than doing it via your employees. On that part of attracting new talent, your employees, they become and actually are your best recruiters, because there's nothing more convincing than a testimonial, a day in the life of a specific profile at your company, video testimonials, creating just authentic videos about, hi, my name is Bram, and I'm looking for a new colleague. This is how a day looks like at Social Cedar, and just tell your story. That is the best way to find new people. And it also has the advantage that your own employees attract or refer new friends of people in there that they know or in their network to come and work for you. So you can reduce your time to hire, but also you reduce the cost of working with recruiting companies, for example, drastically. So that it becomes a no-brainer to start using an ambassador tool. How do we do this? At Social Cedar, we have actually a unique combination of methodology. Together, we will help you define your strategy on how to build an ambassadorship program. So what are the goals of your ambassador program? Reasons why the employee should join the ambassador program. What's in it for them? Who do you want to recruit from your within your workforce, and how? And also the type of content and the frequency. We, out of experience, we've been throughout the years, we have a huge database now of what type of content will do the trick, what will not work at all, how to set your frequency, how to use the right visuals, how to set up that specific frequency in having the ideal way of communicating with your employees, that they are wanting to share it on their own socials. KPIs. You can set KPIs like, okay, we want to, via our own employees, our ambassadors, we want to hire X amount of people, or we want to attract more people to our website, or for our sales teams, we want them to excel at social selling, for example. We want our consultants to be the number one in their specific branch that they're working in, like thought leadership. It's all part of the ambassador strategy or our methodology that we do together with the customer. Besides that, we have an extremely easy to use platform to support you to reach these goals. Simplicity is something that is key for us. So it's very efficient for the administrator. We work with the administrators, like the main users of the company, the key users, people who will be behind the buttons. And after a training, yeah, on average, we see that you only need half an hour per week to create campaigns in the program, to send them out to your ambassadors. You have a quick ROI. Your return on investment on a license base is a no-brainer if you have already new joiners via your ambassadors. Everybody knows what it costs to the whole process of getting new people in, from interviewing, onboarding, the retention part as well. So if, as mentioned before, you can have new joiners via ambassadors, that's a no-brainer at all. We also bring structure in what is happening already today. You probably have those few super ambassadors, as we call them, that are already active on social media, in talking about your company, what they are doing within the company, what initiatives you are taking. But it's only a few of them. It's very randomly. There's no frequency in that. So there we bring the structure as well, and that's why also it's very result driven. So you can analyze the impact of the campaigns, as we see that 95% of our customers, they reach their initial goals that they want to achieve by using our tool. Also, again, stressing out that simplicity. The tool is very easy. As an ambassador, you don't need any training, and the sharing is hassle-free on your socials. We have a very easy implementation approach. As we like to call it within the customer success team, in the beginning, we take our customers by the hand, and in really showing, like, okay, this is what it looks like if you get started from kickoff to actually setting live your first campaigns. The setup part, what you see as the first milestone, is actually what I always call, it's the most boring part of it all, because it's how, okay, you need an hour and a half, and we'll explain you how to use the tool. Then only after that, the fun part begin. So it's an hour and a half of your time. Just, okay, let's see how the platform works, how we can create campaigns, etc. And then it's all the steps on. First, we help you crawling, then you walk, and at the end, you'll be running. And it's actually built up in very different steps, like from how are we going to recruit our ambassadors internally? What can we do to trigger them? Then we are going to activate them. Then we see, okay, we can engage with our ambassadors. We can grow the ambassador population within our company. Then we see already some learnings. How did our first campaigns go? Let's fine tune them. And then it's all about harvesting. Like, okay, we're on a roll here. Let's see how we can continuously improve the way we put out content and the way our ambassadors deal with it. This is just a very quick glimpse at our platform. It's all about also analyzing your campaigns. What you see here is an overview of a typical funnel of what a campaign looks like, to how many people a campaign has been sent, who opened the actual email with all the information about the campaign, so the things you would like to, the content you want to share, how many people clicked through to the seeding page to actually share it, and what's the share ratio, your average clicks, the reach. So that's something that we have in the platform, as we are very keen on showing you all the analytics behind the content you're sharing with your ambassadors. Also important to know is that we live a bit on the principle of unbiased data. We don't want anything. We always call it polluted data. That won't help you in growing the program. That's why it's also important to know that we don't link with the personal social media channels of the employees. We only use link sharing, so it always comes out of the ambassador to actually say, okay, this I'm sharing it on my LinkedIn or on my Facebook or whatever. To recap, no training needed for your ambassadors. Now, we have the proven methodology. As shown before, we use a canvas where we do that strategic exercise with you. We're fully GDPR compliant because we don't have a link with the social media channels of your ambassadors. Unbiased data that shows real-time feedback about how your campaigns are performing. And today, we're very happy to say that we have more than 250 happy customers. Our customer base is EU and also a few on the other side of the Atlantic. That's what I wanted to share with you guys today. Thanks a lot for listening. And if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, feel free to do so. We can definitely have a talk about employee engagement, how to turn your employees into ambassadors. I'm always open for that. And also, any questions, shoot, and I'll be more than happy to elaborate on that.
Thank you, Bram. Thank you for your presentation and insight of the social seeder and how your employees can be your best advocates, let's say like that. So there are a couple of cool comments in the comment section, but you can check them afterwards after your presentation. So unfortunately, there's no time for the questions because we already have the next speaker online. But thank you, Bram, and have a great day. And let's stay in touch. And also, everyone who has more information, who wants to see more information, can contact Bram on LinkedIn, as he mentioned before.
Yes.
So
everybody,
thank you, Bram. So let's go further, and our next speaker is Alice Rupeka. She's Senior Manager Strategic Workforce Planning from CETA. Hello, Alisa.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, feeling great. I really love the background that you have.
Thank you. Yeah, we're part of the aviation industry, so of course, taking off.
Cool. So awesome. So the mic is yours, the stage is yours, and please give us your insights and presentation on people, future people and culture.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Norris. Really appreciate that. So I'm extremely excited to join Future of HR today and spend the next 15 minutes sharing our experience at CETA of future people and culture, where we have been leading business transformation by people analytics insights. And I'll share in a little bit of what we mean by that. Have to say that I'm a recent joiner at CETA. I've moved to Rotterdam to join the organization less than 2 months ago, so really early steps, but already fully embedded in the fabric of the organization. And that quick and dynamic journey is something that very much characterizes us as a company. I have brought my little tiger daughter along with me to Rotterdam. So as we both explore the city side by side, my journey and Sita's journey into more what the future looks like and how do we prepare for it. Also, as we continue to grow our people team, I would be very much I'd very much appreciate connecting with you and see whether we can take the next steps in this journey together. But first of all, let's look a little bit more into CETA and what is shaping our future journey. So while you might not have heard of us much before, you've definitely touched our products and services along the way of your travels, as we're at the very heart of the air transportation industry, and we're serving more than 95 on international destinations and being present at more than 1,000 airports. Also, we're working with more than 2,500 customers across airlines, airports, ground handlers, and governments as well. So the border controls, as well as cargo, that's also part of our services. We are today around 4,500, just a little bit less, but with 1,700 global strong team of service professionals and field engineers who are actually on the ground and who you might have met at the airports, who are working there 24/7, 365 days a week. And we're supporting almost every airline and airport of the world. So as you see, we're very much present into all of the steps of the aviation industry. At the same time, as that core player, we have, of course, firsthand witnessed the latest technology, societal, and economical trends that have shaped our industry. And this has demanded a very rapid adaptation, both from us as an organization, but also from our business model and the way we work with our customers all across. What, of course, then we have been the ones also feeling very much the COVID-19 pandemic's impact when almost all of the travel stopped, and then suddenly restarted again intensively, then also mitigated by some of the geopolitical events that you've seen, as the war in Ukraine, or also the sustainability agenda that is dominating even more um, our agenda at the moment. Also, as an industry that's very much in evolution, we are experiencing firsthand the future that is already here. Some of you might have seen we've just signed a collaboration agreement with Volocopter. That's a partnership to change air traffic in cities, with small air taxis being introduced into the cityscapes around the world already within the next couple of years. So the future really is already here. Is just a question of how do we experience it and how close is it to us. And our people team, of course, is one of the first ones that is seeing these changes, as we're expected to help prepare our workforce for the future and make sure we have both the right skills, the right resources in-house and in collaboration to deliver on those future demands. So what we're seeing in our people organization is something most of people organizations around the world are experiencing as well. People and skills are becoming a critical resource of advantage for us as well as for our competitors. We are seeing digitalization of every step of the supply chains, and that's on one hand helping to balance the changing demands of resources, both for us as for others, but also it's requiring a completely different skill set from our populations, and then reskilling and side skilling become questions that are very high on our agenda. Also, we're seeing sustainability, sustainable workforce, dynamic sourcing models as areas that are absolutely key, and attracting and developing that very diverse talent portfolio as one of the ways also how we address risk-based planning, making sure we manage and identify critical talent as well as talent availability and diverse sourcing methods. Last but not least, ROI on talent and on talent development, as previous speakers mentioned, is something that's very key on our leadership agenda. So we as people team have had to step up and transform ourselves as this first step of the journey. So what is the team and what we have done? Mirroring our business, our team spans across the globe in 4 regions, and we work in 3 key areas of business partnership, operational excellence, and employee relations and compliance. At the same time, we come to our business as one team to be an effective and strategic partner, enabling business growth through both people and culture. And these 4 building blocks, culture, skills, and talent management, our ability to attract new talent and HDI experts through a diversified portfolio of sourcing channels. And at the same time, getting the basics right and making sure our digitalized machine continues running 24/7 without hiccups. All of that is informing our people strategy so that we can support both the pivot towards high performance culture, identify the skills in-house and develop those, plan our workforce strategically, and last but not least, make sure the digital transformation actually delivers. To do that, to support growth and be those strategic partners, we have had to become native with our people data along the full talent cycle, and and we have used our people insights to drive our discussions with the business and to steer workforce actions all along the way. So what we have done over the last year, and this has been an incredibly intense journey, is we've partnered up for a flight in tandem with a brilliant organization that has helped us to shift from people solution designers to more data-driven transformation leaders. And our partner on this journey has been Cruncher, who is leading the way in providing organizations with a real people advantage. And very practically, they've partnered with us along the way of changing of both people, both process change and technology. So it has been a true partnership in a sense of building each other's capabilities, building our journey together, adjusting and fine-tuning our processes, and last but not least, with a technology that's extremely easy to use and very easy to implement across full teams. So what we have seen is a people analytics experience really to the next level. And what Cruncher has given us is very much both a consultancy approach of building together people analytics perspective in an organization, having the same reference points all across the business. And at the moment, as this journey is very much in progress, we're building the future hand in hand with our finance organization and partnering with our business teams as well to make sure we are answering the questions that are top of mind for the business. And I'll jump into a few solutions along our way that might be that will be of interest to you. So what, of course, we have looked at together with our leadership teams is where are our cost savings opportunities? how do we make sure our critical talent is engaged, that we're bringing them on board with the right level, with the right skill sets, that we're developing them in-house and seeing how practically we can track that development, but also how do we make sure that we have our critical positions covered and we're considering process automation across all of our positions and skill sets, and making sure we have investments in place for the future, as well as providing everyone with an equal opportunity and equal pay as very baseline for diversity and inclusion management. So it has been showtime for HR as we've focused both on finding, growing, and keeping talent, but also very much looking into operational efficiency and performance, things that you'll often find on the requirement list for finance, perhaps at times less so on the people teams table, but as we're moving closer and closer in the partnership hand in hand with finance, this has become top of mind for HR as well. So a couple of questions that we've looked at together with Cruncher and that we've brought to our leadership teams as their top of mind, making sure we can actually, as a people and culture team, we're delivering at the level expected from our business. So first of all, of course, it has been about making sure that, yes, we are finding the right talent, we're onboarding them, we're engaging them to the level needed, responding to the different demographics of the workforce, but also making sure we have our basics right, and then seeing how are we performing on that talent attraction, how many we're hiring in terms of our specialist roles, how quickly we're doing we're getting through the motions. And as you heard earlier this morning, some of our populations are extremely demanding in terms of engagement with companies, and that recruitment process being very short and snappy along the way. Also, in terms of our engagement, how many people are staying with us after that 1 year or 2 year point, and which roles we're doing better with, and where do we need to focus more attention to make sure we're getting those people in-house at the time that we need. Secondly, once we have people in-house, then it becomes a question of how are we moving them internally? Are we developing them? Are we delivering on our promise of enriching their talent and giving them providing them with opportunities for growth and for delivery on their skill sets? So we're really zooming in on the talent and skills development and mobility across the organization, so that from an organization side, we can start looking at which sourcing strategies do we use, which have the highest return on investment, and where should we be investing. So either we're buying, we're building, and we're seeing that mobility return on investment very early on. This has been very much made possible by our collaboration with Flow of Work and the wonderful tech entrepreneur Helena Turpin, who's been working with us along the way to really assess the critical roles, the high demand in the market, as well as potential automation on of our skill sets all across the organization. Keeping the eyes on the ball and looking at performance and efficiency, of course, one of the things that has also been mentioned this morning is employees' relationship with managers, and that closest of working relationships impact both on high performance, but also on the overall organizational structure and whether we're organized in the best way to respond to the business goals that we have. So what we're looking at is very much spans of controls and reporting layers as well, identifying both how the organization has evolved over time. Do we need to focus and fine-tune some of our parts of the organization? Are we still responding to our target operating structure? And maybe we have some cost-saving opportunities along the way that can, at the same time, be used to pivot some of the teams towards different performance models, and grow our people, allow them to take on more, and develop some of their skill sets. Staying on performance and operations side, of course, for quite a long time, support organizations have been um, under a microscope in terms of cost management and in terms of efficiency. And Cruncher have helped us also to understand how our headcount and workforce costs have developed over time, and whether our support and sales organizations are still in line with what we need to deliver. Do we have those models at an optimum, or and where do we see the efficiencies and potentials for automation, both in the client-facing organization as well as in the support organizations? So as you can see, it's all across the talent cycle that we've been able to work with our partners, to make sure we have an aligned framework, and that as people and culture team, we're actually talking numbers and we're talking goals together with our finance partners and with our business partners. This has led the way for us to introduce finally a common framework for the full people scope and culture scope, and being able to communicate what's our return on investment in terms of bringing talent in terms of having that development of skills at optimal level for the diversified roles, both critical roles as well as supporting roles. It has allowed us to bring data to the fingertips of our finance partners, business partners, and people partners, so that all throughout the discussions, both at strategic planning, at operational planning, but also at their regular touch points, they can see immediately where their workforce is, what have been the latest trends, whether they need to adjust some of their actions, or whether the plans are going just as expected, and where we can fine tune that. It's the same reference for everyone, so that at a certain level, we're talking the same talk, and we're finding these engagements much easier than it has been before, when each of the organizations has their own vocabulary, their own set of metrics, and their own view of people analytics at the end of the day. So as you can see, this has been an intense and very data-rich journey all across the way. And it continues still, for an organization that's more than 70 years experience. What we're doing to drive our transformation, and we're seeing it across the market in quite a few places, we're partnering up with small scale, extremely nimble startups that are innovating together with us, that are coming in with a partnership and consultancy approach, so that we're building things together in that truly borderless world. And at the same time, growing our capabilities as a team, so that skill development and talent development becomes a daily experience. And last but not least, those innovations are absolutely critical for us to enable a safe, easy, and more sustainable travel for all, as we continue innovating together with our industry partners and fine-tuning the infrastructure for the ATI industry moving towards tech. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alice. Wow, it was really, really an insightful story from your side, and also a lot of comments said that it was awesome and it was really insightful. So I would emphasize also that we have a little bit of time shortage, but there's no questions from my side. But if anyone has any questions to Alice, except that there was a question: do you have an office in Cambodia?
Not yet, but we might have soon.
Not yet. Awesome, awesome. So feel free to contact Alice. And Alice, thank you a lot for this presentation. But now we have to move forward with our today's program.
Thank you so much, and good luck for the next speakers.
Thank you. Uh, Okay, so our next speakers are ladies from company called WebHelp, and their theme is about candidate assessments. And actually, in these days and times when we are evolving, the work is evolving into hybrid work, and the new generation Z is coming into the workforce, and it's kind of interesting to how effectively assess candidates. But Marta and Camilla will tell you about their experience and why validation studies are critical when preparing candidate assessments. Hello, Marta, and hello, Camilla. How are you doing?
Hello. Well, it's great start of the day so far.
Awesome.
Good to be here.
Awesome. Great. So the stage is yours. 20 minutes is also for you. Don't be shy. The time frame is a little bit overdue, so 20 minutes for you. And please be my guest.
Thank you. All right. Greetings, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. Camilla and I are very happy to be here today at the Future of HR conference to represent WebHelp and discuss discuss a topic we could actually spend hours and hours to talk about, but we'll fit into 20 minutes. And that is why validation studies are critical when preparing candidate assessments. So to kick it off, my name is Martha. I'm working in WebHelp Riga office in Latvia. I've been working in WebHelp for 10 years, from which last 3 have been in a role as recruitment lead for Baltic and Finland offices. And today I have with me my amazing manager from WebHelp Denmark, Camilla Rose, who is the head of recruitment and talent acquisition at WebHelp Nordics. Okay, so as mentioned, so we are representing WebHelp, and for those who don't know, WebHelp is a multinational business process outsourcing company with its head office in Paris, France, that is making business more human for the world's most exciting brands. WebHelp has a community of over 120,000 game changers from more than 100 locations, speaking more than 80 languages in more than 60 countries. And WebHelp offers services from customer support to data analytics to even digital and content moderation services and so much more. And to create this amazing team of customer support specialists or data analysts, you need to have a really strong recruitment process to make sure you're finding the right talent. And this is the experience we can share with you all today. To when it comes to the region Camilla and I am working the most with, that is the Nordic region, we would like to also share some insights and or our success story of last year, 2022. And this hopefully will be also a good explanation why the topic that we will discuss today we think is important when we speak about the future of HR and recruitment itself. So last year in general, it was full of challenges. We implemented a lot of new procedures, processes that aligned our way of working, and I would say simply made our general recruitment process much stronger. And with a team of 38 amazing recruiters, we managed to hire 3,026 new employees across the Nordic region. So these recruitments were on all levels. We, from entry roles to managers, with very short time to deliver, and also high volume recruitments with classes of 50 or even more hires starting at the same day. And this was definitely, I would say, a year to learn a lot from. And I would say every even small mistake or challenge we endured when we use as a learning on how to be even better at what we do today, right? So we've taken all of this experience and we've built a process that we are so proud of today. And that is a digital solution from strategy to execution. And when we talk about strategy and execution, what we mean is actually taking full responsibility of recruitment, engaging with our hiring managers to define the recruitment needs. After, we would proceed with the market research and with support from our recruitment marketing team, we would create an attraction plan to reach the right talent pool. Once that has been done, we would continue to with the sourcing and selection process by using different assessment tools and our own ATS system until we are able to actually complete the recruitment with successful hiring. And at the same time, we would be providing exceptional talent journey, of course. But as we all know, process doesn't end once you have the hire in. Of course, we are putting a lot of time and effort to review our work quality after the new hire has started. We analyze what was good, what maybe did not work out for us or our candidates, and how we can improve these things. And I think we are happy to say that we have reached that level where we can say with confidence that we've built a successful recruitment process and now are in midst of integrating a new assessment tool called Harvard that will support our future success. And of course, to make sure why and how we are assessing our candidates with this new tool called Harvard, we have done validation studies. And this is where I will actually hand over to Camilla Rose, who will share her knowledge and many, many years of expertise on this topic. Thank you. Camilla, over to you.
Thank you, Marta. You're doing a great presentation here, Marta. Good to see. So I'm Camilla. I'm based in Copenhagen. And yeah, as Marta mentioned, taking responsibility for our recruitment and talent department for Webhelp in our Nordic and Baltic region. And yeah, the reason why I am here today is because I'm super passionate about talking or investigating and learning more from these assessment systems. And there are good reasons, or they're good, a good thing by actually being an old lady is that you can actually gain then a lot of experience. So that's why I would like us to talk a bit more about this today, because this is something I've been working with during my latest 10 years in Webhelp, with many different tools, many different suppliers as well. And today, of course, also implementing a new system called Harvard. So you can go on here, Marta. Wonderful. Good. Okay, so just I think if everybody that are working within the people industry here, we all know what an assessment tool is, I believe, but just a very short catch up. So it's a digital application that actually can help us to track our talents and assess them. So the system is for those that are not working with a talent tracking system. We can use it as a standalone solution, as just a digital web application. We can also see that many of these providers of the systems are actually having an open API where you quite easily can implement it directly to your talent tracking system. So the technology is helping you because it's specialized in a solution that actually identifying the right talent by the digital assessments. So basically is supporting your screening talents for their personality, the skills, abilities, the knowledge, the aptitude, so on. That actually will help you in the recruitment process. You can go on to the next slide, Marta. Thank you. Yes, I see now. Wonderful. Good. So why actually using these tools? I think what is important for me to mention here is that you can actually today have a full automated recruitment process. You can have a process that are supported by digital tools. You can have these online assessments. You can have chatbots. You can have video presentations and video interviews and so on. You can, of course, by doing that, have save a lot of resources and money by an automated process. But as a people-first company, I still believe in the value of people engagement. And I think also that I actually will perhaps always stick to some of these old-fashioned contact and dialogues that we are using actually in the engagement with our talents. So the evidence-based, to actually have an evidence-based process here is that if you really want to achieve success I don't think it's enough to believe that it's good and okay what you're doing. I think it's better to actually know. And I'm just that type of person that actually like to have bulletproof facts about the work that I'm performing. So this is why we have been bringing in the tool here to support our process. So again, to still keep the humanized recruitment process, but using this as a supporting tool. So what it does is that it's helping us to not having a process where we're assessing candidates by doing the CV screenings, the interviews, and so on. We are not really basing our selection of talents by gut feelings, instincts, or trends. We are actually using this intelligence database processes as well to support our selection. What you can do is that if you're choosing a supplier that are actually providing these tools, they already have pretty good standards for all the assessments where you can choose to use the system where the evidence is based on norm groups. A norm group is a sample of test takers. This is typical people that are representative of a population. It can be taken out with specific educational backgrounds. It can be from specific regions and so on. And what I have learned is that if you're using these norm groups and these results to actually understand if you're choosing the right candidates that are matching in to the profile that you are looking for and for your company, will then perhaps a global norm group be the right match for exactly your company and exactly your role? Or would it actually be better to do your own validation studies to have exactly the right profile and the right cutoff, the right thresholds for the assessments that you're carrying out? Just by experience, I can tell you that I have been implementing assessment tools for so many different regions, so many different countries. And I think what is important to understand is that there is a huge difference when it comes to just culture. There is a huge difference when it comes to educational levels. There is a huge difference between if you are actually implementing an assessment tool, perhaps in a country where they're not really that used to be so assessed. They are perhaps not really working with the same high performance culture as in another country. So my biggest shout out here today is to understand that you can of course go out and do this. You can use the norm groups. It's great studies, lots of science behind it, and it can work. But if you really want to know and not just believe, but really want to know that what you're carrying out in your job performance as well and your assessments, you should definitely do your own validation studies from your own business to have the best results. What we're also using this for is, of course, to eliminate subjectives and biased decision making. By having a huge team of specialists working with this, by selecting our new talents, by working also with hiring managers, I have seen during my time in the business here that we can actually be super biased in our decision making. So to ensure that we are not really just basing our selections on being biased, we are using these systems and this data insight to help us guide us in the decision-making process. We're also using the system to ensure that we're actually optimizing our hiring process. So it's digital, it's data-driven, it's intelligent, and we will here get some help to actually have a better understanding of the talent skills and also all the unique qualities, which is of course super important, not just for the selection process and the hiring process, but also to actually retain the talents and to understand what is needed to actually keep them in the job. What we do see is also that we, of course, minimizing our turnover. How do we do that? We, of course, doing that by selecting the right talents. And this is what the tool here is supporting us. So it's supporting us to ensure that we are not really do too many bad judgments, but it's also supporting us to actually setting the right and better expectations for the talents when they are doing the process. So they actually know more about what is this job about, so they also can understand what is required of them, what to expect, and so on. Of course, also there is a fast and a lower cost for the hiring because it's super easy to narrow down the right talent really fast. And what we have seen here, of course, by doing our own validation studies as well, that we are hiring the best people for the job. So Marta, you can go to the next slide. Okay, good. I see it now. Thank you. So the value of our investments. So what have we done here? We have actually invested a lot of work to ensure that we are implementing the right assessment and the right tool for us. I think by choosing a normal standard assessment tool, and you are actually working with the great norm groups and the results that the provider will recommend you to do, is super good, and you can do that, and you will probably see good results. But I think to really understand and have the best results, we have invested a lot of time in doing our job analysis, validation studies, and so on. I must say that it is time consuming. It does require time and resources. And of course, the process to implement a tool like this will also take longer. But I can promise you that the time and investment you actually put into this will give you the real results in the end. So to start with the job analysis, we have identified all the knowledge, skills, ability, what is actually required, which personality is also best to go in here in our company, in this specific job role to actually perform the job. The way we did that was to gather lots of experts here. So we were gathering like managers in a workshop to understand what is actually required for the role, what is required to be a part of this team of the company. We looked at the job descriptions to ensure that we were not really expecting too much or expecting too less, what is required to reach the KPIs that are in this role, and so on. And then, of course, we were mapping each competency that needed to be assessed. We also did a culture analysis to ensure that we were actually identifying our company culture and the preferences and, of course, the values that we are working with in our company. And all this has been, of course, supported by a science team of psychologists and so on. So they have their expertise to support us with doing all this analysis work. So we could actually say, okay, this is fine. Now we know what is needed and so on. And we could, of course, build an assessment. But I think what is important also to look at the performance, if you really would like to achieve a great performance as well, we actually then implemented our own validation studies here. So what we did was to take out 250 of our own game changers that are already working for these roles and actually did assess them to understand their profiles. And then we calibrated their test results to the performance data. So here we could actually take out, the best performance and see, okay, how does their profile actually look like? Would it actually benefit us to create and build our profiles with these top performers, because we know that they are already really doing great in the job. So by doing that, we could define the right matching scores for our assessments, and we could actually then build everything because we had all the knowledge now. This is something that we have done for years, and it has really been helping us to ensure that we are working with the right profiles, that we are hiring the right profiles, that we are ensuring that we know that they are still the right match. So it's not just doing one analysis and then continue for years. You need to, of course, validate these thresholds and assessments that you're working with, I would say, at least once a year. What we're bringing in as a new thing this year is that we will bring in a situational adjustment analysis as well. And this is also a situational adjustment test. We have normally just been doing situational adjustment interviews doing our processes, but now we are having it as an assessment as well. I will say this, I have been pretty excited about, and the reason for that is that we are doing this by presenting a video. So the assessments is actually a video, but the video is showing and presenting the talents for more realistic scenarios of the real job. And what is it actually to be in this job day-to-day work? Which challenges will you see? Which experience will you have? And so on. So this would really help us also to identify what responses, what predictive we need to use to actually be successful in the role. To then measure the return of investment here. I would say the biggest value I have seen so far is, first of all, by doing all these workshops and the analysis work and so on, it has actually helped us a lot, because we need to understand that all the managers are working with this, and of course all our game chasers that are already in the job, they're the ones with the biggest knowledge. So for us here, not just sitting within HR and recruitment and saying, oh, we will create these assessments, we have actually involved, our colleagues here to take all their expertise and their knowledge. And I can tell you, it's much easier to sell in new things when they are involved as well, and then actually will have a chance to actually influence anything on their talents as well. So it has really been helpful. And what we're doing now is that I can, for sure, and with facts, say that we have a data-driven, evidence-based, and tailored assessment system that are supporting our recruitment process, and that actually help us to assess for the specific roles, and of course for our company culture. Also, we do see a great opportunity to learn from our data, to learn from our insights, to have the opportunity to do analysis work, to adjust, to improve, and then just to repeat. What we also see is, of course, it is decreasing our time to hire. The reason for that is that we have a better knowledge of what we are looking for today. We have good screening systems that can support us in the process. And then, of course, we have seen an increased great talent experience. I think there is, lots to say here when we are talking about the talent experience when they are entering a recruitment process as well. Can you make it engaging? Can you actually have tools that are, smart and engaging as well? And by bringing in more, I would say, an engaged system with videos and so on, we have seen a much better experience, and our talents are actually giving us feedback that is also fun to be in the process. So lots of great benefits. And I think the biggest shout out from today is that, tools are really great to invest in this and to actually work with assessment tools to support your process. It will increase your success, I believe, but to really work with it individual to your specific business, to your specific job roles, I'm quite sure that you will see the real benefits if you invest in this, and you will see great success going forward. That was all for me.
Yep. Unfortunately, our time is up, but I want to emphasize that we have a lot of comments also with this presentation that's really insightful, and a couple of our listeners are interested if they are able to watch this video again. Of course, you can watch it in every day and night time you are suitable for. It's going to be on LinkedIn for a couple of weeks or like that. So thanks a lot. And I think that if there's any questions, then our listeners and viewers can contact you directly via LinkedIn or the contacts that we provided. Thank you for insightful information and a presentation from your side. But now we have to give a chance to our next speaker. So thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
And right now, we have a guest speaker, a speaker that we already have seen today. It's Moji. Hey, Moji.
Good morning to you, everybody, or probably I should say afternoon. Hope you're enjoying the conference. Quite a lot of information being shared, and a lot of those are really, really cool to listen to and learn from. I certainly have learned a lot since the morning that I've been joining the team.
Awesome. So without further ado, Moji, the mic is yours. The stage is yours. Please present your topic and the theme, and you have a half an hour.
That's fantastic. You probably see the screen right now. And earlier we talked about with the team with reference to HR landscape and understanding whether HR is actually helping the strategy of the companies, and how HR would need to kind of drive the importance of technology and how to adopt essentially with the business. And a lot of good comments were made that I think one gentleman from Recruity suggested that, which is really helpful, that HR should not be just participating in those strategic meetings, but also have a say. So instead of just having a seat, there has to be an impact made as part of that as well. And I really liked it because of the fact that this is what needs to happen within HR and within companies in general. What I'm going to talk to you about today is in relation to how we utilize technology for companies to make sure that they would be able to transform their business through adoption of the right platform and through adoption of technology in general and automation. And that's basically one of the main aspects that I would be working with you today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Moji. I am the Executive Director at Grouper, and for a number of years, we've been working with a technology provider named Bamboo HR in Utah. The way we worked with Bamboo HR was through our initial activities around GRC, which is called Governance, Risk and Compliance. And what we were basically doing, we would look at the posture of various companies and try to help them with the three triangles of people, processes, and technology. So improving their processes, making sure that they've got leaner processes and bring Six Sigma and all of those fun stuff around it. And then obviously train people to make sure that the processes are understood and are fit for purpose. And on top of that, you would utilize technology to enable that automation, which the processes require, and make sure that that lean approach is having a home to basically drive. Bamboo HR came on board through that part, and ever since we've been a European partner with Bamboo, we've got clients all over Europe and outside of Europe, interestingly. But I wanted to just walk you through those two profiles. So Bamboo would be our technology provider that really provides the backend data for your HR platform. So if traditionally you've been using a set of medium to store data for your employees, Bamboo HR would be a replacement of that. It's just that centralized location to store data. But on top of that, it does quite a lot more. It allows you to drive employee engagement, make sure that there is automation within your activities that are employee related, but also it gives the employees a bit of joy in terms of utilizing and making sure that they would be able to interact with the team. And obviously Groupers, as I said, are the European partner of Bamboo HR, and we do a lot of fun stuff around that, as you probably have guessed so far. But let's just see what is it the experience that we've got with Bamboo HR as we've been evolving the system and trying to understand and learn from our clients and learn from the requirements. And obviously, as technology evolves. A very interesting point about Bamboo is that we always, on a transparent basis, deliver the service and improve the service for the clients based on their requirements. Obviously, there's a lot of requirements that every client would have. We'll observe them, we understand which ones are actually suitable for everybody else, and we'll basically develop on those on a monthly basis. And there's a transparency around that on the website where you could basically see and learn about that into place. But overall, around the world, we've got about 2 million users, nearly 20,000 customers, and every month we've got about 30,000 on boards onto the system, which is really, really helpful. So that's really it shows the interest and the passion of what we do. And one of the things that Bamboo really allows clients to drive is to make that technology simple and easy to use and friendly. And that's really, really important to drive for any company that really wants to drive that. But let's just go ahead and look at the landscape of the actual activities that we want to do. So within HR, you certainly are aware that there's a number of what we call users, but essentially anybody that would basically be part of the platform, whether it's the employees, the collaborators, the business partners, we call them HR partners in many cases, and some senior leaders and HR stakeholders that they really want to make sure they have that level of activity in place and drive that. And that's really important to kind of factor that in. So everybody is fully aware of what they want. Now, within the HR landscape, you've got various data, and you can kind of see that in here. I'm not going to go into details, but just give a synopsis of what we feel you really need to have in a best-in-class, or at least a platform that you'd like to be using within platforms, which is out there. So you've got a repository to hold your employee data. We call them demographic data. That could be anything around employees' personal data, all the way down to various activities that are attached to that individual. It could be their compensation, it could be their job evaluation, anything to do with the assets that IT really needs to learn about an individual having, and metrics. And then that really becomes further out through the documents and activities that you want to have or store against an individual, or the day-to-day operation of HR, the technology that's behind it to manage that. There has to be some level of talent sourcing and making sure that all of those items are really thought through. And obviously employee relations, which is the core of the activities that we want to basically drive. Certain administration is part of the HR operations, and obviously the exit management, that's the main aspect. So when we look at a specific company, we'll probably see a lot of individuals joining, and in the current climate, there's a lot of turnover within various companies where individual talents come in and they decide to move to a different section within their company, or they decide to move to a different company. But it's important to learn about that turnover as a whole and understand what are the root causes of those, or how we could basically manage that towards the benefit of the employees as well as the actual company, and the strategies that we have. So in this fun example, you'll see that one of the employees or one of the managements have nearly a large portion of the turnovers kind of managed by him. What that really means is that majority of users are actually leaving the company, but they reported that individual. And the fun part again is that looks like majority of companies on the right hand side, they're actually leaving the company within 6 months. Now, this really raises an alarm, but what that really brings to our attention is that what we have considered these talents to leave is that they're not a fit for the company. Okay, so that's really concerning. What's making those users leaving within 6 months, and we kind of tag them as not a fit? It could be a recruitment process which is failing us, it could be a training approach which is failing us, and I hope not, but it could be our culture which is failing us, or perhaps the management style that we are having. So there's a lot of ways that technology can help you drive that. And obviously Bamboo HR has that feature enabled within the platform. So you can understand and learn about the cultural matters, the improvement opportunities that are in place. But you can also ask the employees the same question. So there's surveys that you could drive through the system. And that really lets a aggregated view to be shared for you by the employees, and there's no basically specific poking to see, well, that was Moji who said that, or that was Jack who drove that. But you'd be able to learn about individual satisfaction around benefits, people, the actual atmosphere, the management, culture, communication, and many more. These are just an example. And the fun part to what I've basically selected in here is that in this example, overall, everybody's happy with a lot of areas. So they seem to be having a greater impact with the management a little bit more. The culture is growing, people are growing, the benefits seems to be growing. More importantly, the atmosphere is growing, but nobody likes the main salary compensation, right? So that's just one shortfall that you see that that company has on the bottom right-hand side. So the only way that you can basically physically understand that data is by having the technology that could back this up and understand what's going on around the day-to-day operation, what's in the mind of your employees, how you could improve them, what are the low-hanging fruits that you could improve on. But improvement is not just about your company culture and compensation and atmosphere. It's also self-improvement. So that's where performance management comes to play. And Bamboo really is doing a great job in that area as well. I just want to show you the next slide that really focuses around that. So ideally, You want to make sure that you could appraise those who actually drive work without having to be handheld all the time. And they are your high performers on the quadrant on the top right hand corner. So these are the individuals that you'd like to praise and value and make sure that they have everything they need to continue to grow within the company and help others. Um, but there are companies or there are individuals in companies that they would need their job reevaluated, or they would need a certain type of help, or they would need to be basically paired with another individual in order for them to grow. And you can certainly see those individuals in here. What basically we want to make sure that they have in common is that all of these individuals that are having a distraction, they need to basically move all the way to the level that they can be contributors. They would be able to uh, pulled into an achiever, and ultimately they would be the rock star of the company. But it takes time to deliver that culture. And as I said, it may be a number of avenues that you need to basically work on. One of the main avenues is to make sure that you understand the actual root cause of the problem, and also try to understand whether other peers can help rather than blaming the individual himself. There's two things that we want to focus on: individual, the value that that individual brings, and the amount of collaboration that that individual is having with others. Most likely, one of these two is going to basically have a negative impact if an individual is distracted or not sure how to drive on those items. And there's various ways that we could basically plan to make sure that everybody wins a success. So to enable that, the employee will be given the opportunity to talk about what they think they're doing great. And then the management would also given the opportunity to do the same about that employee. And obviously, what are the improvement opportunities for both parties? Then there is anonymous feedback that we can literally understand an individual would have a improvement opportunity based on the interactions that they've had, and all of those will be able to make. If I go back to the previous slide, I normally don't do that, but the aim is to go ahead and make that percentage to the minimum possible and make sure that individuals actually move within the company, they grow within the company, and they grow the company together rather than having to have an alternative in place. And that's where performance management is. It's not going to be as blank and white, basically black or white of you're either with the company or without the company. To enable that, there needs to be various workflows and carry out engagements in place and change management to be made. And Bamboo actually drives that in the system to make sure that everybody is aware of what's happening within the system and what sort of approval or escalation processes are in place. So I'm not going to focus on this specific slide into too much of a detail, but the reason I wanted to showcase is that you'd have that comfort that, look, when I want to make sure that my processes are driven by people and they understand them, there's a technology that can indeed drive that for you through various means, including workflow management. And that's one of the main parts. I touched on processes and people. Um, I think in our previous call, or there was a panel that we had earlier within the team, what I referenced is that the technology should work for the processes, not the other way around. Too often when we go to clients, they don't really know what they want from their HR platform. What they really want to ask is, you know what, we do everything manually. Let's see what does your platform offer. So it's a great thing for a technology provider to suggest these are the activities that we have, and these are the automations that we can bring on board. But the correct methodology should be otherwise. You should have a list of your requirements and then go on the hunt to the right platform, and only then learn about those basically requirements. So the requirements should come from you in terms of these are the items that I need the platform to do based on my processes and based on my change requirements within the company. And then try and understand how flexible that system is. And that really would be the winning point for any platform, including HR platform, for a company that would have that opportunity to make changes within the system, because not all size fit all in a nutshell. And you can see in here some of the changes and customizations that we've got for the system. It's really shown in here. You can see You can have various tabs in the system. So normally platforms are comprised of a number of tabs, a number of tables, a number of fields within those tables or columns, or a number of standalone fields. What we try to offer is that you can have endless tabs. So we don't know what tab you need for. Therefore, we'll ask you to help us with those requirements to say, well, you've got these 20 tabs, brilliant. I need another one, or I don't need this specific tab. This doesn't fit my culture. And this table has to have these number of columns, and so on and so forth. So that customization is a key factor. And I'm sure every system would have that. But what's really important is to make sure that you'd utilize it to the best of your ability. But another factor that I want to walk you through is that data within the system is as good as what you really offer. So you may have a set of data around personal information. We don't know what they are, but they may be fabulous within the data. And the only way that we can find out is by exporting that data through reports and email alerts and making those reports aware for others. So again, with Bamboo HR, we've got a number of facilities that we can offer individual HR departments, and that's the standard reports that we have. There's various reports, whether it's a management type of report or digging through the audits and data related reports of performance and culture, moving on to payroll or headcount, as you saw a number of those items, annual leaves and time trackings. So you can, with a couple of buttons, with a couple of click of buttons, you could get a report to see what projects Moji has been working on and which of those projects that individual has been working a lot of hours on. And then do the reverse view of suggesting, okay, how many projects do we have within the company? Which of those are the most resource intensive? Is it a revenue generating project? Is it a support generating project? What's going on? How we could basically engage with our workforce to drive that. But rest assured, if these reports are not what you really expected, they may be a number of reports that you really want to mix and match. You can do that through our custom report process. You could easily go ahead and try and create your report based on the data that you have, mix and match different reports and generate your own. That's really, really important to drive that because there's no other way for you to capture that data. You've got a data set. Now you need to utilize that data through AI and understand what you can do about it. There's a lot more that you can do with the report in terms of custom modes. You could email them, you could automate them to be emailed on a specific time. Obviously, you can export them. That's a no-brainer. You could email them to a bunch of individuals. Let's say there's a management report that you've got or a payroll report that you need to have. So a lot of those are available. But I think it's important to note that these items are stuff that you'd be able to drive. But as you do these reports, you probably want to make sure that you have that pulse survey in place to make sure how the company is doing right now. And I'm just going to work a little bit around that for you so you've got a better understanding of what's coming on. So we talked about employee net promoter survey and the areas of interest in terms of someone's salary or culture and so on and so forth. We've got a system called employee net promoter survey, and that's basically ENPS. What that really does, it is measures your employee satisfaction against best practice, and it provides you with a number. So in this fun example, you'll see that there has been a growth since last year to the net promoter survey. So people have actually joined the company a lot more and they understand various bits and pieces. And if the screen is not that clear, I do apologize. That's just a screenshot of the platform. But really, it focuses around the culture, the leadership, the people, comms, and company vision. So it looks at the top likes within your environment and the top 5 dislikes within the environment, namely your company. And that's really something that we want to make sure. But it's not all about the company, what people think. It's more about making sure that you dig deeper and try to understand what the company really has, um, or what the company really drives for the employees when it comes down to their well-being. So that's why we also focus on delivering a number of surveys around employees' well-being, including measuring their happiness, their personal motivation, their company motivators, and their relationship with others. Because of the fact that unless an individual is happy with the role and unless they are motivated within their roles, they will not be successful. And that's really important to measure these. You could basically drive these measurements on various timelines and make sure that those measurements are embedded within the system. And I think that's the primary areas that I want to walk you through in terms of the system's capabilities, but want to kind of step back and talk about what you should do when it comes down to implementation of any HRIS system, whether it's Bamboo HR or any of the other peer organizations. And what's really important is to make sure that you have that wish list in place in terms of what are the requirements within HR and beyond, because too often we engage with HR and the focus is specifically around HR processes, failing to focus on the fact that the IT is also going to add a lot of value to this process. So what are the requirements of IT from an HR perspective? When an individual comes on board, there's a whole set of activities that needs to happen within HR, and notifications can be shared within IT, your facilities department, the payroll department, even your security department to carry out certain activities. And normally it's really important to give enough notice or adequate notice at the right time to those individuals to make sure they drive that. This comes with various requirements such as integration. So a system needs to basically have that capability to talk to other systems. We utilize APIs. Bamboo HR is actually having its own open API that really connects to almost every simple system. And with the adoption of scripting and AI technologies, it is very easy to connect different systems and automate platforms through those items. Some of the features that I want to walk you through is around the same. So there are various third-party platforms, and you can see the likes of Tray and Merge and Zapier. These are the more known ones. Obviously, you could set up your own drivers, but it's always a good idea not to make an industry out of a specific platform and utilize these universal connectors and connect these together. We also have our own marketplace that there's already pre-made integrations in place that you could basically utilize for your implementation. I think the next piece that I want to walk you through is around just a bit around how you should be taking your implementation to the next level. Now, when it comes to Bamboo HR, there is an implementation methodology that we drive, and that's really pretty much focusing on your requirements, understanding your current operation, learning about the best practices that you're doing, learning about the improvement opportunities that you want to bring on board, i.e., automating certain processes that you want to have. But at the same time, trying to analyze that. So once we analyze and we have a mutual understanding of this is what you want to do, then we go off and design the platform backend in terms of configurations and make sure that all of those are in place. So once that configuration is in place, we want to make sure and kind of prioritize those low-hanging fruits that you really need. So it can be anything around your applicant tracking system that needs to be prioritized versus individuals clock in, clock out, or versus individuals annual leave, or actually data for other departments. And that prioritization takes place prior to the implementation to make sure that that's a success. It's very, very wrong for any company to go on a one big bang theory approach. You need to have that on a phase basis. Make sure that you've got all of your requirements categorized and prioritized to the level that you want. And what we would basically do is we'll focus on that by means of learning about those requirements area that we want to focus on. So in this example, for example, we're looking at an applicant tracking system and trying to understand, well, is selection of the candidate an important part for you? Would it be onboarding that's really important for you? Would it be the enabling and engagement and making sure that individual integrates with the team an important factor for you? Or making sure that your optimization and trying to conduct the trainings and learning and development and inductions, all of those items are of important. And that really can go through a cycle of talent management process that we basically focus on. But the idea is to make sure that within that life cycle, we understand what's really important. So from sourcing down to integration, down to optimizing and connecting that new talent, there's a number of ways that we basically brainstorm with your team to understand what's really needs to be captured in, or what we call what's good look like. And that basically brings us to the next methodology, which is around automation. So I'm not going to focus on the latter two slides that I have in details, but just to highlight that you need to be able to enable agility within your environment. So make sure that your HR services are agile, they drive that engagement within your team, and make sure that you can maximize the analytics that you have access to through reporting, custom reports, and enable HR as a service at a scale. So you'll be able to scale up your elements. And all of that is through digitalization and making sure that that's in place. And the same really emphasizes on the rest of the parts. So whether it's a talent management, whether it's talent deployment, or whether it's focus around employee, the core of that are the pillars on the left that I've really talked about. And I think uh, without technology, it would be very difficult to be able to address the pillars on the right-hand side, which I talked about, the talent pillar, whether it's the acquisition or development of the talent, or actually go through the standard employee supports and case management and the day-to-day activities that you drive within your HR. It's really important to drive that, make sure the right technology is in place, make sure that there is a um, acceptable set of integrations within other platforms that you have, and do the due diligence, try to understand what's out there, comparing platforms together, but at the same time ask the question from the technology provider to be able to update you on the features that you may not know about it, because there's a lot of features in any platform that you may have, but at the same time, if you don't ask for it, you won't know about them. And that's really one of the main factors that we see within Bamboo HR and how we drive that through Grouper. That really finishes my end or finishes the conversation that I wanted to share with you. But what I really want to make sure that is understood is that no matter what technology you go with, you want to make sure that you've got your requirements prior to technology selection. Do not allow the technologies out there to fulfill your requirements at the start, because that would result in a number of dissatisfaction when it comes down to your business. Not every business is the same, and every business has some criteria for success. And I'm sure getting that due diligence in place would really go a long way to drive that. Thank you very much for listening to me. Today was genuinely the highlight of my day, and I look forward with any questions that you have. Otherwise, I leave you to it.
Thank you, Moji. Thank you a lot for the insightful presentation. Insightful is actually the top word today from all of our listeners, and there are no like kind of technical or questions for you, but I want to remark and emphasize one commentary, because when you implement the technology in your organization, nevertheless it's for HR or CRM system, the main goal is the user experience, and the users are of course the employees. And one of the comments, let me quickly search for it. It got lost. Is that Bamboo HR is one of the simplest and most straightforward systems to use. Amazing tool, great service, implementation was also without any hustle. Great people and great tool. Well done. So Moji, with this comment, I'm gonna say you really thank you. But we have already another speaker waiting. Thank you for today. Thank you for the panel discussion, and thank you for your presentation for today. And if any questions are for Moji, feel free to contact him. Either it's LinkedIn or the contacts that you provided us today. So Moji, have a great day and have a productive day, and let's stay in contact.
Thank you all, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks. So, dear future of HR listeners and viewers, we had a really interesting day today. We had a lot of topics that we went through about the culture, about the discussion about all various topics, also about the trends in the future of HR. But our next speaker is from company called Mercer Marsh Benefits, and the topic of our presentation is HR and reward trends, building resilient workforces for the future. And our presenter is David. David, are you with us?
I am with you. Can you hear me okay?
Awesome. We can hear you perfectly and really, really clear. As you may noticed, we have a little bit of delay, but don't worry. You have your 20 minutes. If there is going to be any questions, I will try to ask them to you, but we will look on how the presentation goes and how will the next speaker is on to us. So the stage is yours, and have a blast presentation.
Thank you very much. And I now need to just put my slides on, which have magically appeared. So firstly, thank you for having me. Really excited to be here. Based on the previous comments, hopefully you'll find this insightful as well. So in the spirit of time, by way of very quick introduction, so yeah, my name is David Dodd. I'm the consulting leader for Europe for Mercer Marsh Benefits. For those of you who don't know who Mercer Marsh Benefits are, we are part of the Marsh McLennan organization. So we're one of the leading professional services businesses across risk, strategy, and people, which is my part of the business. And we've got 85,000 employees globally across 130 countries. But I suppose my key focus today is around, as you would expect, HR, reward, and how we are supporting the workforces of the future. So in terms of the, I suppose, the purpose of today, what's really driving success when it comes to HR and reward? And as many of you listening will know, there's so much transformation going on at the moment and so many challenges across the globe. There are a huge amount to go at when it comes to HR. And as you can see on the right, there are a number of different issues at play. So geopolitical instability, the economic headwinds that we're seeing, and obviously tightening labor markets. So it's all having a big impact on the people agenda. And I suppose the areas what we're seeing globally that have been the most difficult to make progress on have been addressing workplace fatigue, redesigning the workplaces of the future, and enabling new ways of working. And so from our perspective, I suppose the top 5 things really driving success are focusing on company culture. So we know that not just for existing employees of organizations, but also for future hires to an organization, the culture is so important to make sure that we get both the right people for now, but also for the future. And with Gen Z coming more and more into play into the workplace, people are choosing their organizations based on what their own beliefs are. And so getting that culture right is so important. Obviously, enabling new ways of working. So the pandemic fast-tracked a lot of this activity, but looking at remote working, hybrid working, the gig economy, making sure you've got a clear strategy around those ways of working is critically important. As we're seeing with the rise of ESG and with diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's now more important than ever that businesses are supporting the diverse workforce that they have, both in terms of how they work, where they work, when they work. And so we're seeing a huge amount more activity around that type of work. Looking at skills-based organizations, so moving away from the traditional model of, you have a set structure within your organization with maybe job titles that do specific roles, to a more, I suppose, agile project-based workforce. So those organizations that can cater for a broader range of skills, not just defined to a specific role, will be successful. And then an area which is particularly close to my heart is how do we start to drive total well-being outcomes? So supporting businesses' greatest assets, which obviously are their people. And so when we look across, I suppose, the big issues of the day, we conducted some research recently across some CEOs and CFOs, and we looked at sort of 3 converging issues that are impacting both employers and employees. And it's really important as we build that resilient workforce of the future that we take these into consideration. So firstly, the economic concerns are still very much at play. Now, maybe the global recession hasn't gone as deep as we first feared, but definitely, 91% of CEOs and CFOs thought there would be a recession, or thought that it was likely to be a recession this year. And that has filtered down to employees who are obviously concerned about job security in comparison to where we were a couple of years ago. When we take into account things like inflation, so we know that across the EU, inflation remains really high at close to 10%, much higher in some countries than others. That this is also having a real impact on the struggles and stresses of employees. So you can see here, 75% of employees say that financial stress has increased. And that obviously then comes into the workforce and the workplace rather, because people are carrying this stress. And then there is the issues of things like presenteeism, where people are maybe turning up to work but are very stressed, not concentrating on their roles, which impacts productivity, increases the risk of accidents at the workplace, for example. And then obviously from a workforce instability perspective, there have been you can see here almost, the majority of CEOs are saying that they are planning for a reduction in workforce this year, but at the same time still trying to hire into sort of business critical roles. So there is a lot of pressure from a business perspective. But from an employee's point of view, there are obviously concerns around job security, given the financial and economic environment we are in. But you can see here, 36% of employees are considering leaving, which again has gone up from a previous survey that we did. So how can we retain the talent that we already have and make sure that we are constantly trying to recruit and to backfill roles? So a huge amount at play there. Just conscious of time, when we look at the priorities across HR leaders, this again is quite a complex diagram, but what we have done is broken down based on our survey responses across the globe, what are the key priorities. And with the exception of Africa, in pretty much every area of the globe, the key, priority is making sure that we get the experience right for those sort of key retention populations. So how do you get that employee experience right? And that filters right into the employee value proposition. A close second was improving the strategic workplace practices. So looking at things like how we build, buy, and borrow. So looking at how businesses can transform and adapt for the new ways of working. Next in line to that, and I won't go through them all, is rethinking compensation philosophy and practices. So how do organizations make sure that they attract and retain the right talent by being very cognizant of the reward and benefit strategy? So again, I'm happy to share these slides, and there's a lot of detail in here as we see what is at the top of mind when it comes to different areas. And then really the final part of this is how are we looking at the things like the people agenda? So what are the key areas that are shaping the businesses of the future when it comes to employees and the people? So firstly, we're seeing businesses start to reset for relevance. So leading with values, trying to create the right culture for the employees. Working in partnership, so creating equitable and transparent partnerships in the workplace. And I will go into more detail on these in a moment. Delivering on total well-being, so looking after the overall well-being of employees. Building for employability, and how do we harness the collective energy in the workforce? So very quickly, looking at how businesses are starting to reset for relevance. When we looked at this, we looked at what the World Economic Forum Good Work Alliance looked like, and there were 5 key areas which we have then surveyed on. So firstly is looking at things like promoting wage and technological fairness. So what we've seen is that 71% of businesses say that they're now offering a fair living wage, which is good to see, but obviously there's still further work that needs to happen. Providing flexibility and protection for employees. So 56% of businesses offer those flexible work options, but actually there's still, again, a good number of organizations that don't. And going forward, to win that war for talent and to make sure that we've got resilient workforces, that needs to improve. Delivering on health and well-being. So again, you can see 80% are delivering a minimum standard of healthcare, but there is still more work to be done there as well to make sure that we are protecting the well-being of workers, because employees are at their most productive, as I'm sure many of you know, when they feel that they are being cared for by their employer. So making sure that we deliver on that is important. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. If I think back to when we consulted 10 years ago, this wasn't always primarily at the front of thinking, but definitely now, as we have more generations in the workplace and as we start to see the rise of younger generations as well, there is a greater focus more than ever on that diversity being equitable. So a good example being women's benefits in the workplace. We're starting to see much greater emphasis on supporting women in the workplace, as an example. And then finally, just fostering that learning culture. So, employees now, yes, their pay and their reward is very important to them, but they want to see what their future career path looks like, having clear pathways when it comes to learning and developing their skill sets. So really important. Working in partnership. So how do we make sure that we stay competitive in a tight talent market? Well, as you can see here, based on the research, 74% have reset those working partnerships in the last year. So some examples of that, almost 40% are now training managers on how to build more inclusive and equitable team arrangements. You can see, 29% are increasing transparency. I won't read through them all. I will share the slides. But equally, when we think about reward and the partnership between employer and employee, given the current economic climate that we're in, we're seeing companies start to respond to the new market reality. So you can see, 29% of businesses are looking at adjusting bonuses and pay across the entire workforce. Cost of living adjustments have been made by a number of organizations to try and help employees with what's happening right now. The list goes on. So just conscious of time, what we're also seeing is the rise of total well-being. So focusing on benefits that matter to individuals. And there's two ways of looking at this. The first is, as you can see on the bottom line, you can see businesses are now looking at creating that caring culture, helping protect their greatest assets. So we're seeing things like much more flexibility, so around their benefits needs. So where you have a more agile and mobile workforce, how do you provide a benefits package that supports the needs of, as I say, a more flexible workforce? From a leadership perspective, 81% of businesses are now aligning benefits to their company values. And that's so important. You can't live the values of the business in one way and then treat your employees in a different way. So we're starting to see businesses come more closely together, which is great. And what I see as the biggest, I think, barrier to success when it comes to HR and benefits and reward is just that communication. So how do we communicate effectively between employer and employee to make sure that you drive the right culture? So it's great to see that more businesses are starting to invest in things like digital platforms and apps to support benefits administration and communications. And then from a sort of valued and varied benefits perspective, the benefits ecosystem is starting to change as well. So we're seeing more inclusive benefits for all. I mentioned the rise of things like support for women's health in the workforce. That's rising more than ever. Having more inclusive benefits. So rather than just looking after specific populations of the workforce, it's providing greater equity and choice to individuals. And what we've started to see is a change in maybe when we focus on benefits, a traditional model of businesses offering core benefits to their employees through to flexible benefits, and now through to personalized benefits where individuals are given maybe a pot of money to then choose benefits that relate to them and their personal situations as well. So I think that's really, really important as well in terms of trying to retain and be as resilient as possible with your people, is to focus very much on well-being and benefits. Businesses are changing, building for employability. So looking at, how do they plan to bring their business plans and their workforce plans together? How do they assess that they've got the right skills in the workforce today? How do we use things like AI to drive access to the right talent? Many of these conversations, I'm sure, have been held today. How do we deploy and how do we develop the right talent? So that again is really, really important. Ooh, gone the wrong way. And then really, sort of from a final penultimate slide, but how do we harness the energy to drive that transformation? So as many of you will have seen, on the back of the pandemic in the last few years, in all of these sort of big key macro challenges that we're seeing, employee exhaustion is on the rise. It's one of the biggest obstacles to transformation. So many businesses are now looking at taking steps to try and provide a more energized workforce. So building cultures where people feel that they can bring their authentic self to work, you can see here is a priority. Investing in training and helping employees understand what tools they might have or what tools they might need to make their roles more, I suppose, easy to administer and to be a part of a business. And then, things like being more transparent with technology, redesigning work and work processes, all around that flexible working model will help to provide some much needed energy back into the workforce. Because one thing's for sure, the traditional model has worked for a number of years, but obviously on the back of the pandemic, we have a very, very tired workforce. And what happens when people are tired? They disengage, they may look to leave and join a different organization, which again then presents a whole host of other problems. So HR is absolutely critical to the success of that whole transformation piece. And then just to finish off, considerations for 2023. I mean, again, this is how I work with clients and how we discuss strategies. But ultimately, you need to invest in order to protect today, is how we framed it. So know where value is generated within your business. So look at things like targeted and creative rewards to to retain pivotal talent. Revalidate the EVP. So how do you make sure that you both keep the talent that you've got, but attract talent into your organization from the market? And data is a great way of doing that. And similarly, look at things like remote and hybrid working. Reevaluate sort of new ways of working and automation. How can you drive, I suppose, long-term meet short-term and long-term demand fluxes? I've talked about reward design. It's really important to design that for value and have that two-way communication with employees, because there's nothing worse than not having that dialogue, because you don't then know how your employee base feels. So that EVP and how it's communicated is absolutely imperative. And with that, it brings me to an end of my slides. So happy to take any questions, or conscious of time if you want to move on.
Thank you, David. Thank you a lot. Unfortunately, for the question part, we do not have any time because we already have our next speaker on the line. We have a really, really tight schedule for today, but I want to emphasize to you that from my own experience that a lot of companies and nowadays in the year of 2023 are struggling, not struggling, but actually want to understand how they can provide the best benefits for the company, for their employees, especially if the company is multinational, if the companies are all across the world with different structures in different states. But at the core of it, what I've saw is that well-being is really the number one priority in the recent years, of course, of the COVID era, and also, of course, of the war that is going on right now. But David, thank you a lot. Your contacts has been seen, and also if everyone wants to know and contact David, you feel free to contact him via LinkedIn or other means that you can, if you have any questions, of course. But let's move forward, and we have only 2 presentations left for today. And our next speaker, we're going to return for the assessment part, and our next speaker is Matas Martin Canas, and Matas is a representative and a partner and a senior consultant at TripAdlink, which is basically a really interesting and let's say an interesting and a great assessment tool. And Matas will give you an insight on how to attract high performers. Also, what to do the most result of candidates expect from the employers, and we'll give you an insights from TripAdlink recruitment field study. Matas, are you with us for today?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Awesome. Hello. So without further ado, Matas, the microphone and stage is yours. Feel free to present your presentation.
Thank you. Still can't believe that we have so many people on board. From the comments part, I've seen that the community is truly international. So myself, I actually come from Lithuania, but I am tightly connected to all of the Baltics. So yeah, thank you very much for having me today. So today I will make basically continuation from David's presentation. And I would like to encourage all of us to think how can we as employers focus on attracting high performing people, basically the heavy lifters within our companies, people who do most of the job, usually are the most engaged and the ones that are very, very important to all of our teams. I represent TripAdlink, and for over than 13 years, we have been working and providing recruitment services, assessment, employee services, HR process innovations to companies throughout Baltics and spanning over the Baltics, but basically Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. And I would like to start with a funny visual depiction of the market situation that we came up a few years ago. And with ever high demand for qualified people, with the shortage actually of people, most of the companies are trying to be nice to the job market, introducing many benefits, including various insurances, even some funny, I would say, so benefits or policies. For example, carry as many snacks as you can carry home. So yes, I think it's very important for all of us to be nice, but doesn't it mean that we attract nice people? And do we really need nice people, or do we really need more, let's say, results-oriented people? So that's the question we try to tackle within our field research that's actually happening still right now. But I will talk about the results from last year. So throughout all of the last year, we have been doing about 6,000 interviews during the recruitment projects that we do for our clients. And out of those 6,000 interviews, we made more than 500 of successful placements. And I'm referring to qualified personnel. I mean specialists, mid-level positions, top-level managerial positions, and those interviews have been conducted throughout the whole year. So first of all, what we did is actually try to identify how many of those people that we have been talking to were high performers. So we identified 34% of them, and those people had to meet three criteria. First of all, they needed to be the ones who always accomplished their goals within their positions, within their previous experiences. They had to be positively evaluated by their managers. For example, whenever collecting references, their managers, previous managers, should have said something positive about them. And as well, those kind of people must have been achievers in general. And I mean, those kind of people usually tend to come up with positive, good results, even in bad situations. And we decided to assess them on three things. So the first thing was the inner motivation part, why those kind of people decided to participate in the selection overall. The second part was, well, usually high performers get quite a number of proposals. They have a number of options to choose from. I mean, which company to join. So they have some criteria that their decision is based on. So we try to assess those criteria. Why people, high-performing people, choose one company over another whenever participating in a recruitment selection process. And finally, whenever a job proposal is on the table, some people accepted it and we wanted to know why, and some people rejected it. And as well, we wanted to know why. So firstly, let's jump into results. And the first part is about the inner motivation to participate in the selection. And we've seen that most of the people, more than half of them, high performing people, decided to participate because they either wanted to make an upgrade in terms of their career, basically make a promotion, or they wanted to make an upgrade in terms of the company that they work for, meaning they wanted to join a stronger, more established company. Only a handful of people said, chose those criteria as the most important, that they were dissatisfied with their current position, with their current employer, or they were dissatisfied with their current compensation package. So this basically means that inner motivation to change something, I mean, in terms of career-wise, happens when we think about personal growth, either from career perspective or either from the team and company that we work for perspective. And as I've said, when a high-performing person has a number of options to choose from, there are specific criteria that becomes more important whenever selected that, yes, I would like to go for this position and not another. And we try to map out top criteria that were the most important for people to decide to go for this specific role. So as well, we can see that career and growth was the most important factor whenever evaluating different proposals from different companies, meaning that those proposals who had some sort of encouragement towards career were evaluated more favorably. As well, we see role, tasks, and processes, cultural things. We see company image importance and other things. And I really truly believe that most of you have heard or think about most of those criteria. But my task today is actually not to introduce you with many numbers, but actually take an insight or maybe two or a few or more insights from those numbers and come up with the action plan. So let's look into the numbers and think of 4 things that we as employers can do to attract more high-performing people. So first of all, we have to design our job proposals so that they encourage career. Secondly, designing tasks and processes within the role that they would be engaging, once again, gets more high-performing people interested. Delivering a strong company impression is very important as well. And here I'm talking not only about financial results or your previous expansion or let's say the things that we like to brag about to each other. In many cases, candidates think about the impact to society that we as a company have, the importance of our service or product that it has within the society or global wise, and many other things. And all of that is very important into forming a unified company image towards the candidate. And finally, introducing our culture. And many managers and companies say that it's very hard to introduce the culture to people who are not working at our companies. And I partially agree with that, but there are some ways that we can do during the selection for candidates to get our culture, to get to know our culture better. So that's very important. And finally, in terms of our research, to support these statements, we wanted to check what sort of criteria are the most important when accepting the job offer and as well rejecting job offer. So when people are accepting those offers, whenever they're on the table, the criteria are very similar to the last slide. No career and growth and other things. But whenever people decided to reject the job offer, criteria such as compensation became more prevalent. So the insight here is that yes, we basically have to focus on those internal motivation stimulators, and I talk about career and growth, company image, impact on the society, but we can't skip on the compensation and benefits part. We have to be competitive on both pillars, let's say so. So let's jump into the practical part so all of us can take an idea or two how can we make our job positions, proposals, or even structures uh, more suited towards attracting those high-performing people. So first of all, about encouraging the career. When reading up for this presentation, I saw a global study which states that up to 30% of people global-wise have never been offered anything related to an internal career. So that's a huge, huge potential for us to think about. If 3 out of 10 people don't even know about that, how many out of remaining 7 out of 10 actually believe or think that it's possible to do an internal career? Have they heard of any of their peers progressing internally? So that's a very big thing to think about, and maybe to start with basically talking and introducing internal career structures. And from my experience working with companies and having done many hundreds of recruitment projects myself personally, uh, in I always seen the same tendency that high performing people always try to make a promotion. Either it would be a promotion within position, or maybe it would be a promotion in terms of the responsibility that they have. So they very rarely decide to make a lateral change from similar position to similar position. They are always looking for higher positions. So first of all, does our structure support any sort of growth that can be measured? I mean, progressing from one position to another position. So I want to share with you a very practical idea from our internal career map that we have developed. Actually, we have developed it quite so many years ago, and we have within our team most of people are either recruiters or HR consultants. And we started recruiting people with the same idea as most companies do. We want to attract highly qualified and experienced people uh, for them to be full stacks. I mean, whenever we consider recruitment, let's say so, that this person should be able to market research, headhunt candidates, interview and assess candidates, and as well communicate with the client and manage the overall project. So we still think so, and we still want all of our people to be able to do all of these things. But the problem was that we didn't manage to attract enough, let's say, full stack people to do all of these things. And those full stack people who we managed to attract actually said that after a few years time it can start to look very boring, because you do all of the things, all of these same things. And we said, okay, would you like to grow into senior consultant's position? And most people said, of course, I would like to do that, and I would like to progress even further. But we basically didn't have the system for that. So what we did is mapped out all of these steps, critical steps within consultant's role. And that means being a talent sourcer, working with the talent research, working with the candidates headhunting, afterwards working with candidates assessment, and thirdly working with the client, and fourthly working with the team of recruiters, and furthermore. So we mapped out this career map, and now each of our newcomer employee knows that, for example, if the newcomer employee is a talent sourcer, she or he knows that within 1 to 2 years time, it's very likely that this person will get a promotion into consultant's position, and it's very likely to get a promotion into senior consultant's position within 2 to 3 years time. getting a promotion to team lead's position in up to 5 years time, and even a business line manager position, and furthermore. So this career map helped us to attract more people, more junior people who are always easier to attract, and internal people to know that they are having a career map and plan for them developed, and the career is always encouraged. So 60 to 70% of our people annually get internal promotions, and that helps us to maintain their interest. And once again, in many cases, we always try to look for those highly qualified candidates. We come up with a number of requirements, but is it always the case that the candidate doesn't meet a few of the requirements and we have to reject the candidate? Maybe if the candidate is a high performer and we can assess that, maybe we can help one upskill within the company, and that instantly becomes an encouragement towards career, and that's a very good thing whenever attracting high performance. So that's an idea to think about. The second part is about tasks and processes. And prior to COVID and all of the changes that we had during the last few years, up to 80% of people were quite okay, and that was a global-wide study, to change their functions that they do from day to day in order to achieve better company results. But COVID happened, wars happened, hybrid work happened, and many other things happened, causing change fatigue. And many people nowadays are choosing stability over change. This number of people who are willing to change their tasks and functions dropped to 30% according to studies. And I think that we all should address that. And whenever working with candidates, if I can tell them that this offer includes processes or structures that haven't been changed for, let's say, 6 months or maybe a year, that's instantly an indication to the candidate that the company is doing quite well in terms of processes. Whenever the company is able to offer flexibility, trust, and hybrid work opportunities, that's also an indication that the processes are working quite well within the company. So that's an important part. Of course, not all of the positions, not all of the roles can include, let's say, projects, and some of the roles are more oriented towards processes. But we still can think of initiatives or internal projects that we can encourage people to join in. For example, sustainability initiatives, maybe mentoring, onboarding programs leading, or continuous improvement initiatives. And we did it ourselves. So once again, I'm sharing you an insight, a plan from our internal process ownership map, as we call it. And those are the functions that are not direct functions of people, but are like additional things that all of us decided to do during some part of our career within Tripod Link. And let's take an example of employees onboarding. 3 years ago, me and Gabia somehow thought that we have to think of ways to improve the onboarding, but neither me nor she were like HR managers within the company, and we could think, that's the task of HR manager. But we said no, that's important for both of us, for our overall team. And we said, okay, if it's important for all of us, we can lead the project. So from one project to another project, we came up with a number of internal processes or projects that can help people do something different, not only the day-to-day tasks, but something different that helps to maintain self of purpose. Thirdly, delivering a strong company impression. And I have a few clients who always manage to get candidates interested and motivated after the interviews. And whenever I talk to candidates, regardless of the outcome, maybe even the rejected candidates, they always say that was the best interview that I have ever had, And I analyze those kind of situations, and in many cases, it was the manager or maybe salesperson who was very good at presenting the company, So I think that's very important to think about how we present the company as top level managers, as HR managers, and hiring managers. And thus, the communication that all of us translate and communicate is it aligned between all of us? Because in many cases, candidates from hiring managers hear what they should do on a daily basis from one day to another day, but they don't hear as much things about company values, mission, or the overall impact of the role that you're applying to the company, which in many cases is being translated from let's say, CEOs. So that's an important opportunity for all of us to think about. Maybe even hiring managers could better understand the impact of the role for the overall company. And finally, the part about culture. And yes, the culture is I think of that happens between people, between a few people, or in a team, and it's very hard to say what you should do. But I can only share what helps us to introduce your job offers to candidates, and that gets candidates interested. So first of all, come to interview with a smile, because that communicates. Smile is a part of your culture, and that's very important. Many interviews are being started with grumpy faces. Of course, encourage people to get to know the team during the selection, not only during the onboarding process, maybe having some short walkthroughs through the office or maybe premises. And of course, aligning the communication between HR managers and hiring managers. So those are the top 4 things that all of us can do, developing some sort of action plans and attracting more high-performing people. So feel free to connect with me if you're interested in the topic. Connect me via LinkedIn, and yeah, hope that was interesting and useful to you.
Thank you, Matas. It was really interesting for me, and I hopefully think that all of the viewers all around the world also found it interesting. Thank you for your presentation. Unfortunately, today we have a really tight schedule, because if anyone have any questions for Matas, you can freely connect with you, right?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, nice. We have already comments coming in. That thanks for the presentation, and then really insightful presentation. Thank you. Our keyword for today is insightful. I'm really glad that the Future of HR conference and then the presentations like you, Matas, can provide insightful information all across the world. So have a great day, and we're connecting to our last speaker for today.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
So the last but not least, we have only one speaker left for today, but don't worry, guys. We already have a really interesting schedule for tomorrow. Miro is one of the leading performance management platforms here in Europe. And today we have a really great honor to meet one of the Miro co-founders, Bogdan. Bogdan, can you hear us? Are you connected with us?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you. I hope you can hear me as well.
Awesome. We can hear you really clearly and loudly. So Bogdan, you have the last presentation. Thanks for the patience. Thanks for waiting in the waiting room, in the virtual waiting room. And without further ado, the microphone is yours. The stage is yours. And
thank you so much for the introduction, Norris.
Well,
maybe
give us an insightful insight.
Yeah, maybe I'm gonna change the faith of this presentation after all. Maybe it's not gonna be insightful, but let's see how it goes. Anyway, it's absolutely amazing what we've heard today, and thank you to all my fellow presenters. We've heard about attracting the top talent, managing them, like getting a future ready for each one. And now I feel like I'm not putting the icing on the cake. I'm just gluing some parts together. So an indirect thank you to Matas for like introducing culture as as on the last slide of his presentation. We're gonna be talking a bit about culture, and it's an actual personal perspective. It's a team perspective out of us at Miro, because you're a startup, you're trying to get out in the world as much as possible. So our job is to be out there, talk to people. This is directly out of our learning, as Norris gladly presented. Miro.io is a performance management solution, but more than that, we're trying to handle the entire employee experience. And one thing that links things together, I'm gonna come back to this again and again and again, it's gonna be a glue to everything people related, it's culture. So this is our perspective about culture. This is what we've found out in talking to a lot of people. And looking at the next slide, there were a lot of people to reach over 100 companies all around the world, and focusing actually on their experience, which we started calling Miro culture as a service, right? Because this is the one thing we impact. And what I'm trying to show you, what we're trying to go through here, is actually why culture is important and how you can promote that throughout your company, with your teams, with your leadership, with your customers even. Because if culture is something that's just felt from within the company, it's gonna lose part of its value, right? At the end of the day, we're all struggling to do more business. And this is how culture will directly impact that business through your people. Okay, let's get started. Enough with the intro. Well, one thing we always have to explain when talking to the people we have discussions with, customers, potential customers, I don't know, future ideas and partners, right? Why should I care about culture? This is one thing we have to explain on, like, immediately. You can't waste anyone's time in this super fast-paced environment. And why is culture important? One thing we're trying to say, and we're trying to say this a lot, right? Culture and in the engagement that a good company culture, that a solid company culture gives your people, is really profitable, right? You have an increase in productivity, which leads to an increase in profits, because actually you're not wasting time with things that shouldn't concern you, right? So whenever we open a discussion about how profitable or productive your company culture is to you with management, well, people listen, but people don't feel the need to act, right? Because actually, what they really, really act upon is, what if you don't do it? What if you just say, well, culture is hearsay, it's something that happens anyway, it's something that I can't measure, it's something that I can't build upon? Well, this is what you get. And we've intentionally put out some research from the larger companies, right? This is not our personal opinion. This is not our, purpose-led intent to get these numbers, but these are the numbers worldwide in how many people are actually engaged with what they're doing at their job. And this is an immediate indication that culture becomes important, and it actually loses companies money. The lack of culture loses companies a lot of money, right? 20% of employees are engaged at work, right? That's 1 in 5, like, really being engaged. And if we look at the final statistics, 3 in 4 disengaged employees, so the rest of the 80%, are actively looking for a new job. And it's not a matter of it's an employee-led market or a company-led market. I would want companies to forget about this fight, right? Let's not go back and forth in circles and see, okay, when there's more job openings than people, we're gonna act accordingly. When there's not enough people, we're gonna take them into consideration. Let's not get into that fight. Let's just do something beforehand, right? Because we have a bigger chance of success. Now, Going back to culture, this was its impact. Yeah, this is why you could care. You should care about culture. Now let's try to define it in order to build upon it. And one definition, and this is the one definition that please do not use. If you want to take one advice from me, just don't treat a company like a family, because decision making, psychological safety, having the guts to actually stand up to someone, having the courage to actually treat your customers respectfully but fairly would be absent here. You would always have one central point of decision making, one, let's say, God in that company who is gonna get burnt out at the end of the day, and you'll have people who will actually, like, all the time need validation, and it's gonna be this continuous back and forth in which nobody feels like they actually own what they're doing because they have to get some permission. This is one definition that I really don't like. One general definition of company culture is this one, which I pulled from Google. I think it was the first source. Sorry for not putting it here. A shared set of values, goals, attitude, and practices, which I don't really understand as a definition. And that's why culture gets lost in translation, right? Because if we just generally define it and say, okay, it's a general set of something or a shared set, it feels really hard to grasp. But one way I would like you to look at culture, and this was actually teased in the subject of my presentation, right? Is that culture is to business continuity what brand is to business development. As a startup, I know perhaps as well as any of you do, if you don't have a brand, you can't like effectively sell. Okay, you're gonna lose some money in the process. You're gonna have a hard time to get to people because they don't know who you are. They don't know how they feel about you. And it's this precise feeling that people have to brands, right? Think of Apple, think of, I don't know, Samsung, think of the big brands, think of McDonald's. There's always a feeling associated with the name tag of a brand. And you get that feeling every time you see a brand. And it's the same for culture, only it's a bit more internal to the company, but also to the customers, right? That's why I say it's important for business continuity. Now, I could have added here on the slide all the logos, but I instead preferred to add this picture, which I don't know if it means anything to anyone. It's actually it's the hotel I spent my winter holidays in. And why I'm doing this is because that gave me a very, very clear, that experience gave me a very clear idea about how to express culture in a way that's, clear. The story is this: we arrived a bit late and we didn't have the New Year's table all set or something like that. And we just, being very late and being the last there, we asked for a place at the New Year's Eve gala, right, in organized by the hotel. And being tourists, we of course expected of course we'll make room for you and something like that. And it was the receptionist, the teller at the reception, who said something that stayed with me. And they said, sorry, I cannot do that because it will hurt my business. So no matter how hard we tried, it was the reception teller, right? It wasn't the manager. It wasn't, I don't know. It was the reception teller who actually understood their business in a way that they could have made the decision of what's good or not for that business. And this is the kind of definition I like about culture, right? It's how your customers, how your people treat your customers without hurting your business. It means that they understand what your business is about, who we are not, and how to treat the customers accordingly, right? This to me was the aha moment. Okay, that's what culture means. It's actually how the behavior of my people will impact my business. And I'm kind of sticking to that to this definition, and I'm trying to build upon it. So if that's okay with you, let's try to build on how we get to that, how we get to people saying, no, sir, it will hurt my business, to feel safe to do that. And like thinking about it, how to go about it, how to build that culture based on it. Most of you would have defined these, right? At some point in time for your business, you have a vision. Yeah, you know what's your long-term goal, what's the end goal, right? Your mission is the reason why you're here. We were here just to make the world a bit better. Your company values are defined ways of acting, right? And value drivers are how customers perceive those values, right? And your promise. Objectives are on a more tactical level, are the way you get to are the way you get to put that all into practice. Okay. Now, I think culture is found somewhere on these lines between company values and value drivers, right? Strategy is on the above lines, is on the vision and mission. Then you have the culture, and then you have the tactics. This feels like the correct mix, right? And this shows you why culture is quite important, because it actually links where you want to be to where you are now and what you can try to do better. And the sad truth of the matter is that it usually looks like this, right? We're taking a part out of the entire equation, and we tend to take out culture or undermine it. And then we get from strategy to tactics without realizing that it might or might not be possible to handle this from within our organization right now, okay? Because the thing we're actually plugging out when we're not taking culture into consideration is what happens to people. And this is from what Google built a couple of years ago in rework. This was the one thing that impacts performance and engagement in people the most. It was psychological safety, because people, once they understand their personal impact into business, they have a meaning in their job, they have structure and clarity, they can move towards the one goal that I've said previously. They can move towards telling people, no, this will hurt my business, I will not do it. Now, since culture is becoming more and more popular, and I'm really mindful of the time because we're a bit over. I think we can use Norris's help and share with you this. Like it's an ebook we've put together with most of the findings I've explained here. And of course, yeah, it's your friendly neighborhood culture as a service platform, which is called Miro, and we're really taking the app into that direction. We're handling both employee management, like admin tasks. We're handling both performance management, from continuous feedback and recognition to OKRs and performance management. But we're also pinpointing data about your culture. Who are the drivers of it? How your network of connection looks like. And this is what we've been up to lately. Find us here. And if we have any time for question, I would gladly answer them. Thank you.
Hey, Bogdan. Thanks for the presentation. And there's no trouble. We can share the PDF that you showed us for it, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'll send it over to you, and we'll find the links there. And I think it was better to just give you an overview of what's in it. And if there's one thing I want you to stay with, is how important company culture is, not only for your people, but for your business and customers as well.
Of course, I completely agree with you. But because nowadays, what you present of yourself and company culture is the key, right? Is the employer branding? I think the essence of it. If you acknowledge the culture and you put it in and you put it out, it's just the way how you can attract the top talent. Bogdan, thank you really much. We have a lot of comments that are thankful for the presentation.
Are they good?
My side,
I can't see them. Are they okay?
you can check them afterwards, so no worries. But we have a lot of thank yous and an insightful meaning. Uh, what I wanted to ask you about the
Hmm.
Miro experience of providing a lot of organizations with a top-notch performance tool. Uh, how do you is Miro clientele all across the world, or only in Europe, or how many
No,
clients do you have on overall?
we're everywhere, so to speak. Let's use we, like in We Are Venom, only we are Miro.io. And we're everywhere except for Antarctica. So if anyone is here and is looking at penguins right now, I really, really want to talk to you. Please, help me help me get there.
Great, awesome, and the fun and actually the great part is that the audience for today was all across the globe. We have Turkey, Germany, uh, even India, Pakistan, and then also Malawi, which is in
I
Africa, and
have
also
to
Malaysia,
heartily
and
heartfelt congratulations to you guys, because my LinkedIn has been buzzing throughout the day, and it was
awesome,
indeed areas I wasn't expecting, and I'm really really grateful to have Kazakhstan right now
aw-
in my agenda,
awesome.
right? And as you said, Maui, and it's also it's amazing to see that people are quite interested in things like culture. It's not a niche thing right now. I don't think it's for the innovators or early adopters. The thing about culture is becoming an early majority, right? People are getting interested about the topic, and there's of course a lot of tools. I've looked throughout the speakers. Everything, every tool or solution is awesome in the lineup. There's a lot of options, which means that it's a competitive, healthy market with a focus on culture, and I can't but be very happy about that. It means we're not the
We
crazy
have
startup,
right
you know.
we have one commentator from our viewer from Emilia Yigan, which who says that thanks a million for the great presentation, awesome event. Trophy yellow signing love from Armenia. So also Armenia is looking to us. But this Bogdan is what the future of HR is all about. It's connecting all of the globe. It's emphasizing the processes that we are living right now. The game is changing, right? It's changing from the year 2000, I think 15. It's changing, and you have to uh, think on a broader view on horizon, right, with technologies, innovations, and you have to think about the culture, because the culture is the thing that drives not only your family, your local community, your country, but also your organization, right? So I think it's remarkable.
Yeah.
So Bogdan, with that, thank you a lot, and
Thank you
that
guys for
our
having
dear
me, and thank
viewers.
you everyone for participating.
Awesome. Thank you. So let's stay in touch. And also, if I know that your LinkedIn is buzzing right now, but everyone who is watching right now, if they want to know something about the performance management or organizational culture, feel free to contact Bogdan, right?
Anytime, can we put up for 36 seconds the last slide again
Yeah, yeah,
for the
of course, no
LinkedIn
problem.
and the address? If we can put it up, it would be great, because we're here to answer your questions. We're here to just talk about it. And I think we're kind of beginning to be HR consultants ourselves, if we can say that, or at least culture. We started off as the
Yeah.
tech guys, but we've discovered some things along the way. So feel free
You
to
know,
reach out to us at all times. Thank you so much.
awesome. In my experience, everyone who's starting an HR tech or HR platform beginnings with the hard stuff, like programming and making it real, but afterwards they become consultants because you do the things, you do it perfectly, you provide services to companies, and at the end of the day, you become a consultant, you become expert in the field that you're working with. So I'm really glad for you guys for it. And yep. Okay, Bogdan. Thank you a
Thank
lot.
you.
It was a pleasure for
Bye,
you and
everyone.
other speakers. And thanks to every one of our listeners all across the world. As I mentioned before, we had really broad representatives from all across the globe, starting from East Asia, continuing to Africa, continuing to Europe, and also Americas, oh, both of them, South and North America. And I think that the first day of this year's conference is unfortunately coming to an end. But guys, don't be sad, because this video is going to be online. It's going to be on LinkedIn. Unfortunately, for now, I think that we have a little bit problems on LinkedIn live session, but another the fact, we're going to be live, and this video is going to be seen for you guys. And every presentation that you saw today, you will see them afterwards in the evening, where you enjoy your cup of tea or a beer, and on some kind of a free time on your own. But tomorrow we will continue. Tomorrow we will continue our Future of HR conference, and tomorrow's topics will be mostly about the future of employee experience and future of talent management. And of course, tomorrow we will have really interesting speakers as we had today, and we will cover a lot of various topics. So please stay engaged. Feel free to contact us. Feel free to contact everyone that today had a opportunity to speak and present their insights. And I think that this day's let's say a hashtag word would be insightful, because after every one of our presentations, there were a lot of comments from you that this was really insightful. And this is why we are doing this conference, to bring you the topics, the insights of organizations, of people that are committed to human resources. And from our side, we're talking that HR is the future, and the future is consisted of human resources. Another the fact that AI or chat GTP is coming into our days mostly, but the future is into the management of peoples. So thank you a lot. Have a great evening, morning, night, or day that you're looking right now. My name is Nauris. I had the most amazing part to be a moderator for this event. And let's see you tomorrow, and have a great day.
Are you struggling to keep your remote or hybrid workforce engaged and connected? Do you worry about employee morale and job satisfaction? If so, yourcompanyradio.com has the solution for you. Our internal radio service creates a sense of belonging within your team, fosters diversity and inclusion, and reduces isolation and loneliness. With yourcompanyradio.com, you can engage your team with music, interviews, games, and updates on company news and events. Our personalized approach ensures that our service is tailored to meet the unique needs of your company. And with our easy-to-use platform, you can customize your radio station page with your brand design, team pictures, and more. Plus, our engagement data and analytics provide you with the insights you need to continuously improve your team's communication and collaboration. Don't let remote work create a disconnect between you and your team. Bring your remote or hybrid workforce together with your company radio.com. Start today. Check out our services and see how we can help creating a sense of belonging in your team.